morning, everybody. I forgot to do something, so give me a moment. Merry Christmas, everybody. Hopefully all of you are having yourself a great day. My nieces came over. The squeals were real when they saw what they got and so forth. So again, hopefully everybody having yourself a Merry Christmas and so forth. If you're traveling, be safe, all that good stuff. It took me a while to figure out what the hell we were going to do tonight. And technically, I could, if I didn't already make the video, I could count tonight's game towards this year's tour, but I'm not. We're going to call this more of like a special presentation. It's a visual novel type game called The 39 Steps. Yes, so basically, it's if you've ever seen the movie, basically follows the same plot. Very simple, straightforward type of game. And consider this a warm-up of sorts for tomorrow. We are starting up Zero Escape, and that's going to be our first major game for 2021 and so forth. So we got all sorts of goodies here as we prepare for the closeout this year to go into next year and so forth. Did take me, I don't think we'll be able to get any decent clips unless I have to go back in and capture them myself, but we shall see. We're actually switching over to this screen here because this game does load up a little bit oddly. And I might need the sound mixer here. So hopefully it captures outright. There we go. The Story Mechanics presents a digital adaptation. John Buchan's espionage thriller. Directed by Simon Meek. Art by Paul Scott Canavan. Music by C. Begg. Creative Scotland, Turn TV Production. Oh, I got to read those. Excuse me. All right. Now, I have played this before. original techno dialect, original techno subtitles, Gaelic, original text. Right? Rotate your mouse clockwise to advance the text. Anti-clockwise makes you go back. When you reach the end of a string of text, you'll see a diamond. Simply left-click anywhere to advance the scene, moving the story forward. The 39 Steps is largely a pointer-free experience. But when you see one, that's your clue to interact. Everybody got that? Good. Apartment. Some locations can be explored. When in Explore mode, you can click and drag the mouse to look around. You can also interact with glowing objects. Click image to zoom, drag, or arrow keys to move. Welcome to England. Dear Mr. Hanny, welcome to England. I hope your journey from Rhodesia was not too arduous. Would you like to come into the bank and we can discuss matters regarding your Rhodesian mining shares? If you could please make an appointment with my clerk, Mr. Shroop, on Temple 6733. Yours sincerely, Mr. Edward Ansley, Manager, Bennings Bank. Okay, we don't need to look at the text. And we're done here. Congratulations, you made it through our short tutorial and have been given an award for your efforts. There are 15 more of these to collect. You will shortly begin your journey through the 39 steps. All progress will be auto-saved, but you can also use bookmarks to manage your progress and revisit key scenes. Right-click or spacebar to return to the main menu screen during play. This also acts as pause. The Wrong Ditch. The Wrong Ditch. Richard Haney is living in London, England. He yearns for a more interesting life. That was his first mistake. The Wrong Ditch. Monday, 18th of May, 1914. London, England. Do you know where your children were? I returned from the city on the May afternoon pretty well disgusted with life. I've been 3 months in the old country and was fed up with it.
Richard Haney, you have got into the wrong ditch, my friend, and you had better climb out.
The present. A lot of imperialist ladies asked me to meet schoolmasters from New Zealand and editors from Vancouver, and that was the most dismal business of all. I had no real pal to go about with, which probably explains things. Plenty of people invited me to their houses, but they didn't seem much interested in me. I had counted on stopping in London for the rest of my days, but from the first, I was disappointed with it. I was the best bored man in England. The child. My father had brought me out from Scotland to South Africa at the age of 6, and I had never been home since. I grew up in the Cape Colony, which was then under British rule. I spent much of my time by the Zambezi, where I would fish. There are several hundred species in the waters, including the infamous tigerfish and Zambezi shark. The wide open spaces of the veld also interested me greatly in the various methods of survival in such an uncompromising landscape. I had earned my pile, not one of the big ones, but good enough for me. I had put in 3 years prospecting for copper in German Damelin, and spoke the German tongue pretty fluently. I went on to become a mining engineer in Kimberley, where I was instrumental to the formation of the Beers consolidation mines. The diamond mines were a rough business, with countless good men lost in horrific accidents. I served the British forces during the Matabele conflict and was decorated for my role. I served 2 years with the Imperial Light Horse and was an intelligence officer at Delagoa Bay in the Second Boer War. I lost many friends during those wars. My final years in Africa were in the municipality of Bolowano, where I have fought during the Mantebi War. I resided once again with my father, who had taken ill. After he died, I decided to leave the Cape and head back to the old country. That was his first mistake. Here was I, 37 years... Coincidentally, I just turned 38. Here I was, 37 years old, sound in wind and limb, with enough money to have a good time yawning my head off all day. Had a long drink and read the evening papers. They were full of the row in the Northeast. And there was an article about Karolides and the Greek Premier. Okay, there we go. From all accounts, he seemed the one big man in the show, and he played a straight game too, which is more than could be said for most of them. You can just tell when we're doing Zero Escape tomorrow, this is going to be, my mispronunciation is definitely going to be a thing, folks. Someone had loaded the cylinder player. I felt a deep nostalgia for my homeland of Scotland as Annie Laurie filled the room. The British map of the world. Empire map of the world. Dominion of Canada. United States. Everything marked in red is our kingdom. British Empire at home and abroad, a new, most important and intensely interesting chapter of British history has been furnished by the Great War in South Africa, which has resulted in the annexation of two Boer republics to the British colonial empire. Our military institutions and resources, our national and imperial spirit, and our commercial marine have been subjected to a severe test, and from that trial they have emerged, not for the first time in our records, in the splendor of victory and success. The Observer, London, Sunday, May 17th, 1914. Big flying races. At the beginning of a series of very important contests, it may be interesting to compare British and German programs and methods. Next Saturday, the Aerial Derby will be flown. Last year, out of a field of 11, Gustav Hamel won, covering the 95-mile circuit of outer London at the average speed of 76 miles per hour. The joy of good clothes. What a fine feeling it is to know that you are really well dressed. That no matter where your business is likely to take you during the day, you will be attired as well or better than anyone you meet. Can't zoom in and definitely check this things out even more. Karolides keeps strong. A keen ally of Britain, Greek Premier Constantine Karolides lies at the heart of the power politics of the region. Feted in London and hated in Berlin and Vienna, the Foreign Office has long regarded him as the only strong head in a notoriously unpredictable region. Empire celebrations ahoy. Londoners' spirits are undampened by reports of bad weather during this Saturday's Empire Day celebrations. On the contrary, record numbers are expected to turn out for the Hyde Park Parade and similar other events across the empire. President Richard Hannay, intelligence officer at Manitoba War, 1897, soldier of the British Empire. About 6 o'clock, I went home. My flat was the first floor in a new block behind Langham Place. I think we'll enter here. There was no restaurant or anything of that sort. And each flat was quite shut off from the others. Hey Reaper, Merry Christmas to you, sir. I cannot read that. Dear Richard, how is London? I do hope Paddock is looking after you well, and that your luck on the horses is lasting out. 10 to 1 it is. Now here's a tale for you. Last month in the Kalahari, I found myself in a tight spot. After 2 days on the plain, I lost my way and could not find the river. I was forced to go without water for 3 days and 5 without a morsel of food, save for a few mopane worms, an excellent source of protein, which steered me away from starvation. Then I ran into an old chief to whom I owe money. Because of my debt, he refused to help me, so I had to continue on my feet. The desert is not kind to any man, but I made it out, and a man in Tanganyika sold me a Rhodesian Ridgeback, which will be my partner in my future hunts. I have named the animal Shaka after the old Zulu chief and will take him to the Congo with me, where I go for the elephants. I plan to leave next week if I can get my new rifle finished in time. Yours, Peter Pania. So what's up, Reaper? What's going on, sir? Reopen the door. Draw the symbols as they appear. Action is our reward.
Paddock, that's me home.
Games. Nice.
I'll be heading out for dinner.
I hate servants on the premises, so I had a fellow to look after me who came in by the day. He arrived before 8 o'clock every morning and used to depart at 7, for I never dined at home. Found any gems or games you've forgotten about, Reaper? That evening, I dined at the Cafe Royale and then headed elsewhere for entertainment. Leicester Square. On this particular evening, I wandered to Leicester Square, words are hard, where the more resplendent theater of varieties could be found. A show at the Alhambra caught my eye, though one could never be quite sure of the act until it had been seen. Not really. For that, I would have to go into the PS Play. The countless music halls of London were one way of passing the evenings away. Farces of all styles played a conspicuous part in this week's bill. It was a silly show. I did not stay for long. On the way home, I gave half a crown to a beggar because I saw him yawn. He was a fellow sufferer. I made a vow. I would give the old country another day to fit me into something. If nothing happened, I would take the next boat for the Cape. An unlikely visit. Resolved to leave England for the Cape, Hannay's outlook changes as a mysterious visitor drops by. Chapter 2. Monday, 18th May 1914, Wimpole Street, London.
Hey, can I speak to you?
No.
May I come in for a minute?
No. I recognized him as the occupant of a flat on the top floor, with whom I had passed the time of day on the stairs. He was slim, with a short brown beard and small, gimpy blue eyes. His hand was pawing at my arm. I motioned him in. That was his first mistake. Action! No sooner was he over the threshold than he made a dash for my back room, where I used to smoke and write my letters. Then he bolted back.
Is the door locked?
It is now, apparently. He filled himself a stiff whiskey and soda and drank it off in 3 gulps. I sat down in an armchair and lit my pipe. I was pretty certain that I had to deal with a madman.
I'm very sorry. It's a mighty liberty, but you look like the kind of man who would understand. I've had you in my mind all this week when things got troublesome. Say, will you do me a good turn?
I'll listen to you. That's all I'll promise.
Pardon. I'm a bit rattled tonight.
No kidding.
You see, I happen at this moment to be dead.
What does it feel like?
A smile flickered over his drawn face.
I'm not mad. Yet. Say, sir, I've been watching you, and I reckon you're a cool customer. I reckon, too, you're an honest man and not afraid of playing a bold hand. I'm gonna confide in you. I need help worse than any man ever needed it. I want to know if I can count you in.
Get on with your yarn and I'll tell you.
The querist Wigmorel. Franklin P. Scudder was an American from Kentucky. After college being pretty well off, he started out to see the world. It's a boat! We're on a boat! Everybody take a look at... Oh, now we're on a train. He wrote a bit and acted as the war correspondent for a Chicago paper. Tensions in the Near East, Balkan affairs test Europe. The Balkan region, he had played about with the politics at first for interest, and then because he couldn't help himself. Then he made his discovery. Sorry. Away behind all the governments and the armies, there was a big subterranean movement going on there, engineered by some very dangerous people. The sort of educated anarchists that make revolutions. And behind them were financiers who were playing for money. They wanted Russia and Germany at loggerheads. Everything would be in the melting pot. The anarchists looked to see a new world emerge, while the capitalists would make fortunes by buying up wreckage. And Scudder had himself convinced that Jewish men were behind it all. Awkward.
On the 15th day of June, Konstantin Karolides is coming to this city. The British Foreign Office has taken to having international tea parties, and the biggest of them is due on that date. Now, Karolides is reckoned the principal guest, and if my friends have their way, he will never return to his admiring countrymen.
I sat up for that, for I had been reading about Karolides that very afternoon.
Well, that's simple enough, anyhow. You can warn him and keep him at home.
And play their game. If he does not come, they win, for he's the only man that can straighten out the tangle. And if his government are warned, he won't come, for he does not know how big the stakes will be on June the 15th.
I was beginning to get interested in the beggar.
What about the British government? They're not going to let their guests be murdered. Tip them the wink, and they'll take extra precautions.
No good. They might stuff your city with plainclothes detectives and double the police, and Konstantin would still be a doomed man. He'll be murdered by an Austrian, and there'll be plenty of evidence to show the connivance of the big folk in Vienna and Berlin. It will all be an infernal lie, of course, but the case will look black enough to the world. But it's not going to come off if there's a certain man alive right here in London on the 15th day of June. And that man is going to be your servant, Franklin P. Scudder.
I was getting to like this little chap. His jaw had shut like a rat trap, and there was the fire of battle in his gimly eyes.
Where did you find out this story?
I completed my evidence 10 days ago in Paris. I can't tell you the details now, for it's something of a history. But when I was quite sure in my own mind, I judged it my business to disappear. And I reached this city by a mighty queer circuit. Till yesterday I thought I had muddied my trail some, and was feeling pretty happy. Then?
The recollection seemed to upset him, and he gulped down some more whiskey.
Then I saw a man standing in the street outside this block. I used to stay close in my room all day, and only slip out after dark for an hour or two. I watched him for a bit from my window. I thought I recognized him. He came in and spoke to the porter. When I came back from my walk last night, I found a card in my letterbox. It bore the name of the man I want least to meet on God's earth.
Who? I think that the look in my companion's eyes, the sheer naked scare on his face, completed my conviction of his history.
What did you do next?
I realized I was bottled as sure as a pickled herring, and that there was only one way out. I had to die. If my pursuers knew I was dead, they would go to sleep again.
How did you manage it?
Step 1. I told the man who valets me that I was feeling pretty bad and got myself up to look like death. That wasn't difficult, for I'm no slouch at disguises. Step 2. Then I got a corpse. You can always get a body in London if you know where to go for it. I fetched it back in a trunk at the top of a four-wheeler, and I had to be assisted upstairs to my room. Step 3. I had to pile up evidence for the inquest, so I went to bed and got my man to mix me a sleeping draught. And then I told him to clear out. He wanted to fetch me a doctor, but I swore some and said I couldn't abide leeches. Step 4. When I was left alone, I started to fake up the corpse. He was my size, and I judged he had perished from too much alcohol, so I put some spirits about the place. The jaw was the weak point in the likeness, so I blew it away with a revolver. I dare say there will be somebody to swear I haven't heard a shot. There are no neighbors on my floor, and I guess I could risk it. Step 5. I left the body in bed dressed up in my pajamas with a revolver lying on the bed clothes and a considerable mess around. When I got into a suit of clothes I had kept waiting for emergencies. I didn't dare shave for fear of leaving tracks, and besides, it wasn't any kind of use my trying to get into the streets. Is there any kind of use my trying to get into the streets? Okay. Gnarly.
I had had you in my mind all day, and there seemed nothing to do but to make an appeal to you. I watched from my window till I saw you come home, and then slipped down the stair to meet you.
He sat blinking like an owl, fluttering with nerves and desperately determined.
There, sir. I guess you know about as much as me of this business.
I was now pretty well convinced that he was going straight with me. It was the wildest sort of narrative, but I had heard in my time many steep tales which had turned out to be true. And if he had wanted to get a location in my flat and didn't cut my throat, he would have pinched them out or yawned.
Hand me your key, and I'll take a look at the corpse. Excuse my caution, but I'm bound to verify a bit if I can.
I reckon you'd ask for that. But I haven't got it. It's on my chain on the dressing table. I had to leave it behind, for I couldn't leave any clues to breed suspicions. The gentry who are after me are pretty bright-eyed citizens. You'll have to take me on trust for the night, and tomorrow you'll get the proof of the corpse business right enough.
I thought for an instant or two.
Right. I'll trust you for the night. I'll lock you into this room and keep the key. Just one word, Mr. Scudder. I believe you're straight. But if so be you are not, I should warn you that I'm a handy man with a gun.
I haven't the privilege of your name, sir, but let me tell you that you're a true gentleman. Now, I'll thank you to lend me a razor.
He presumes much. I took him into my bedroom and turned him loose. In half an hour's time, a figure came out that I scarcely recognize.
My hat, Mr. Scudder.
Similarities. Only his gimply, hungry eyes were the same. Differences. He was the very model, even to the brown complexion, of some British officer who had a long spell in India. He was shaved clean, his hair was parted in the middle, and he had cut his eyebrows.
Not Mr. Scudder. Captain Theophilus Digby of the 40th Gurkhas, presently home on leave. I'll thank you to remember that, sir.
I made up a bed in the smoking room and sought my own couch, more cheerful than I had been for the past month. Things did happen occasionally, even in this god-forgotten metropolis. Scudder has confided in Haney, but he is now out of danger. Officially dead, he must now lie low. Deeper into this mess. Tuesday, 19th of May, 1914, Wimpole Street, London. Ha ha!
Stop that row, Paddock. There's a friend of mine, Captain... he's dossing down in there. Get breakfast for 2, and then come and speak to me.
Paddock. He had about as much gift of the gab as a hippopotamus. He was not a great hand at valeting, but I knew I could count on his loyalty. Paddock was a fellow I had done a good turn to out on the Soliloquy, and I had installed him as my servant as soon as I got to London. Words are hard. I told Paddock a fine story about how my friend was a great swell, and with his nerves pretty bad from overwork, he wanted absolute rest and stillness. Nobody had got to know he was here, or he would be besieged by communications from the India office, and the Prime Minister and his cure would be ruined. And I am bound to say Scudder played up splendidly when he came to breakfast. He fixed Paddock with his eyeglass, just like a British officer, asked him about the Boer War, and slung out at me a lot of stuff about my imaginary pals. Paddock couldn't learn to call me sir, but he sirred Scudder as if his life depended on it. I left him with the newspaper and a box of cigars and headed out to the Alexandria Park racecourse. When I got back, the lift man had an important face.
Nasty business here this morning, sir. Gent in number 15 been and shot himself. I just took him to the mortuary. The police are up there now.
Oh, 4 or 5. I ascended to number 15 and found a couple of bobbies and an inspector busy making an examination. I asked a few idiotic questions and they soon kicked me out. I attended the inquest the next day. The jury found it a case of suicide while of unsound mind. I gave Scudder a full account of the affair, and it interested him greatly. He said he wished he could have attended, for he reckoned it would be about as spicy as to read one's own obituary notice. Scudder was very peaceful the first few days he stayed with me. He read and smoked a bit and made a heap of jottings in a notebook, and every night we had a game of chess of which he beat me hollow. On the third day, I could see he was beginning to get restless. He fixed up a list of days and started making remarks against them. He started listening for little noises and was always asking me if Paddock could be trusted. Once or twice he got very peevish and apologized for it. I didn't blame him. I made every allowance for he had taken on a fairly stiff job. Huh, that's what he said. And then one night he was very solemn.
Say, Hanny.
What is it?
Judge, I should let you a bit deeper into this business. I should hate to go out without leaving somebody else to put up a fight.
He began to tell me in detail what I had only heard from him vaguely. I did not give him very close attention. The fact is, I was more interested in his own adventures and in his high politics. Carolides. I reckoned that Carolides and his affairs were not my business, so a lot that Scudder said simply slipped clean out of my memory. It was very clear that the danger to the Carolides would not begin till we got to London, and would come from the very highest quarters, where there would be no thought of suspicion. Julia Cecchini. He mentioned the name of a woman, Julia Cecchini, as having something to do with the danger. She would be the decoy, I gather, so to get Carolides out of the care of his guards. Blackstone. He talked about a Blackstone and a man that lisped in his speech, and he described very particularly somebody that he never referred to without a shudder, an old man who could hood his eyes like a hawk. He remained solemn for the rest of the evening and spoke a good deal about death.
I reckon it's like going to sleep when you're pretty well tired out. Awaking to find a summer day with the scent of hay coming in at the window. I used to thank God for such mornings way back in the bluegrass country.
Bluegrass?
And I guess I'll thank him when I wake up on the other side of Jordan.
The next day he was much more cheerful and read the life of Stonewall Jackson much of the time, while the rest of London celebrated Empire Day. I went out to dinner with a mining engineer whom I had to see on business, and came back in time for our game of chess before turning in. Action! I left Captain Digby reading in the smoking room with a fresh box of cigars. He was not interested in the Empire Day celebrations, but allowed me to leave to go see them. I have acquired fresh eggs and bacon for tomorrow's breakfast. Paddock.
God! Scudder!
He dead. just needed to. In the soup, the murderer of the American spy suggests he wasn't talking hot air, but everything points to Hanny as the killer. In the soup. I want soup. Saturday, May 23rd, 1914, Wimpole Street, London. Dun dun dun. I tell you, he did. Staring white face was more than I could bear. I staggered to a cupboard, found the brandy, and swallowed several mouthfuls. I had seen men die violently before. Indeed, I had killed a few myself in the Matabele War, but this cold-blooded indoor business was different. I needed to think. The body. His enemies had found him and had taken the best way to make certain of his silence. Scudder had been in my rooms for 4 days, and his enemies must have reckoned that he had confided in me. I would be the next to go. It might be that very night or the next day or the day after, but my number was up all right. Chance. Suppose I went out now and called the police, or went to bed and left Paddock, find the body, and called them in the morning. What kind of story was I to tell them about Scudder? The odds were 1,000 to 1 that I would be charged with the murder, and the circumstantial evidence was strong enough to hang me. Few people knew me in England. I had no real pal who could come forward and swear to my character. Perhaps that was what those secret enemies were playing for. They were clever enough for anything, and an English prison was as good a way of getting rid of me till after June 15th as a knife in my chest. If I told the whole story and by any miracle was believed I could be playing their game, Carol Leeds would stay at home, which was what they wanted. I am an ordinary sort of fellow, not braver than other people. I'd hate to see a good man down, and that long knife would not be the end of Scudder if I could play the game in his place. Someone must have been searching for something, perhaps for the pocketbook. The knife pinned Scudder to the floor. There was nothing in the waistcoat pocket. Greek Premier Constantine Carol Leeds is to attend London next month to discuss his recent call for a new international conference to resolve the ongoing tensions in the Balkans. Sir Walter Bullivant, permanent secretary at the Foreign Office, told the newspapers that Carol Leeds' visit is part of a new strategy to secure peace in the embattled region. American agent suicide by gunshot, coroner's inquest. The circumstance attending the death of Sir Christopher Rick, 29, of Wimpole Street, Paddington, formed the subject of an inquest held at South Wark Coroner's Court before Mr. T.F. Parsons on Wednesday this week. The deceased, an American businessman, was discovered in his affluent fifth-floor apartment by his valet on the morning of Tuesday, 19th of May. Mr. Rick was known by few in the apartment block, with neighbors describing him as a quiet man who kept himself to himself. Little is known of the American business affairs, aside from his brief encounter with Turnabout Publishing, with which he had brought an array of pulpwood propositions. It is suspected that Mr. Rick was not meeting his targets and was in financial difficulties. Owning to the various empty bottles of hard liquor about the apartment, potentially the contents of the trunk, it is clear that Rick drank excessively before taking the revolver and shooting himself in the head, severely disfiguring the lower half of his face. The revolver was found on the bedclothes next to the body. No reports of a gunshot were noted on the evening of the death. The jury returned a verdict of suicide while of unsound mind. With no identifiable next of kin, the deceased's possessions have been handed over to the American consul. We got coins. The life of Stonewall Jackson. Do your duty and leave the rest to Providence. Let us too trust that all is well and look beyond the storm, beyond the darkness, blood, and mourning of the present. The sunshine seemed less bright, the future dark with the clouds and gloom death. Jackson is dead, dead and gone like a common everyday mortal. Who could supply his place? Actually, you can read more of it if you want. Was it Samuel Johnson? Dear Peter, was it Samuel Johnson who wrote, "When you are tired of London, you are tired of life"? Well, my dear Peter, if so, then I am tired of life, for here I am in London, bored and at my wits' end. The city is noisy and chaotic, and I can't get any exercise. I'm yet to meet a suitable lady to pass my time with, though I have met my fair few unsuitable ones. My bets are paying off on the track, however. My shares in the Rhodesian diamond mines continue to keep me dining in the capital's best restaurants, despite Paddock's continuous insistence that I should dine at home and try his culinary skills. One can only hope that they are better than his ballet skills. Speak soon, dear friend Richard Hannay. No stone unturned. There was no trace of Scudder's black book. Most likely the enemy had found it, but they had not found it on Scudder's body. I had come to a decision. I must vanish him now and keep vanished until the end of the second week in June. Then I must find a way to get in touch with the government people and tell them what Scudder had told me. I wish to heaven he had told me more and that I had listened more carefully to what he had told me. There was a big risk that even if I weathered the other dangers, I would not be believed in the end. I must take my chance of that and hope that something might happen which would confirm my tale in the eyes of the government. notion was to get off to some wild district where my Veldcraft would be of some use to me, for I would be like a trapped rat in the city. I considered that Scotland would be best, for my people were Scotch, and I could pass anywhere as an ordinary Scotsman. On Galloway as the best place to go. It was the nearest wild part of Scotland, and from the look of the map was not over thick with population. So with a wry mouth, I resolved to go on with my plan. I hunted out a well-used tweed suit and a pair of strong-nailed boots and a flannel shirt with a collar. Into my pockets, I stuffed a spare shirt, a cloth cap, some handkerchiefs, and a toothbrush. I took 50 pounds of it in sovereigns and a belt which I had brought back from Rhodesia. It's the loo. Action. Now came the next step. Paddock used to arrive punctually at 7:30 and let himself in with a latchkey. But about 20 minutes to 7, as I knew from bitter experience, the milkman turned up with a great clatter of cans and deposited my share outside my door. On him, I staked all my chances. I went into the darkened smoking room where I breakfast off of whiskey and soda and some biscuits. By this time it was getting on for 6 o'clock. I put a pipe in my pocket and filled my pouch from the tobacco jar on the table by the fireplace. We found a book. It seemed a good omen.
Goodbye, old chap. I'm gonna do my best for you.
Yeah.
Wish me well.
Don't get up. Just stay there. I hung about in the hall waiting for the milkman. I was fairly choking to get out of doors. Fully choking. The fool had chosen this day of all to be late. Third-class citizen. Sunday, May 24th, 1914, Wimpole Street, London. The milkman has arrived.
God blimey!
Come in here a moment. I want a word with you.
Yes, sir?
He was a young man about my own height with an ill-nourished mustache and wearing a flat blue cap and a white overalls.
I reckon you're a bit of a sportsman, and I want you to do me a service. Lend me your cap and overall for 10 minutes, and here's a sovereign for you.
His eye opened at the sight of the gold, and he grinned broadly.
What's the game?
A bet. I haven't time to explain, but to win it, I've got to be a milkman for the next 10 minutes, and all you've got to do is to stay here till I come back. You'll be a bit late, but nobody will complain, and you'll have that quid for yourself.
Right. I ain't the man to spoil a bit of sport. Here's the rig, governor.
Wearing his hat and overalls, I went whistling downstairs. And hopefully he doesn't look in the next room. At first I thought there was nobody in the street. Then I caught the sight of a policeman 100 yards down and a loafer shuffling past on the other side. I crossed the street in character, whistling gaily and imitating the jaunty swing of the milkman. Some impulse made me raise my eyes to the house opposite, and there at the first floor window was a face. As the loafer passed by, he looked up, and I fancied a signal was exchanged. Then I took the first side street. There was no one in the alleyway, so I dropped the milk cans inside the hoarding and sent the cap and overall after them. I had only just put on my cloth cap when a postman came around the corner. I gave him good morning. He answered me unsuspiciously. Then I took to my heels and ran. We're running as fast as we can. That was a bit tiring, don't you know? I had no time to take a ticket. Porter told me the platform. I saw the train already in motion. 2 station officials blocked up my way. Oops. Ah, what the hell? All right. Whoops.
I reckon you're a bit of a sportsman, and I want you to do me a service.
Alright, we can catch up to where we were. So I literally can't click out of this to get any clips. Again, we run again. So stupid when you think about it. I had no time to take a ticket. A porter told me the platform. I saw the train already in motion. 2 station officials blocked my way. I dodged them and clambered into the last carriage. I had made it. We're on the run. 3 minutes later, an irate guard interviewed me. He wrote out for me a ticket to Newton Stewart, a name which had suddenly came back to my memory. Then he conducted me from the first-class compartment to a third-class smoker. The compartment was occupied by a sailor and a stout woman with a child. Empire Day celebration. Yesterday's parade in Hyde Park, the annual Empire Day parade in Hyde Park took place yesterday afternoon. Rain prevented the attendance of Lord Roberts, who had promised to take the salute, but in his place, the Earl of Menth received a salute from over 6,000 men and boys. The parade, which was under the patronage of Prince Alexander of Teck and Princess Alexander of Teck, was commanded by Lieutenant General Sir Henry H. Settle.
It's a sailed job catching trains.
Aye, the impudence of that Geard. He needed a Scotch tongue to put him in his place. He was complaining in this way and no haying a ticket and her no fower till August 12th. And he was objecting to this gentleman spitting.
Oh, that was a thing. I had a solemn time traveling north that day. I asked myself, why, when I was still a free man, had I stayed on in London and not got the good of the heavenly country, of this heavenly country. Then I got out Scudder's little pocketbook and studied it. Sequence. The writings. I was certain that Scudder never did anything without a reason. I was pretty sure there was a cipher in all of this. I have a chess and puzzles, and I used to reckon myself pretty good at finding out ciphers. These set of figures looked like they corresponded to letters of the alphabet. I tried for hours, but none of the words answered. I woke up at Dumfries just in time to blunder out onto the crowded platform. There was a young man out on the platform whose looks I didn't like, but he never glanced at me. I caught sight of myself in the mirror of an automated machine with my brown face, my old tweeds, and my slouch. I was the very model of one of the hill farmers who were now crowding into the third-class carriages. I boarded the Galloway train, traveling with a half dozens in an atmosphere of shag and clay pipes. They had come from the weekly market and their mouths were full of prices. Above half the men had lunched heavily and were highly flavored with whiskey, but they took no notice of me. I heard accounts of how the lambing had gone up the Kyron and the Dutch and a dozen of other mysterious waters. What? About 5 o'clock, the carriage had emptied, and I was left alone as I had hoped. I got out at the next station. It reminded me one of those forgotten little stations in the Karoo. An old station master with his spade over his shoulders sauntered to the train, took charge of a parcel, and went back to his potatoes. Well, Child of 10 received my ticket. Chug. You know, I think there's a path over there. Actually, it's right there. That's where the path is. That's where we need to go. We go onwards. We go onwards again. I was getting very hungry when I eventually came to a herd's cottage. A brown-faced woman greeted me with the kindly shyness of moorland places. When I asked for a night's lodging, she said I was welcome to the bed in the loft, and very soon she set before me a hearty meal of ham and eggs, scones, and thick sweet milk. Delicious. At the darkening, her man came in from the hills, a lean giant who in one step covered as much ground as 3 paces of ordinary mortals. They asked me no questions, for they had the perfect breeding of all the dwellers in the wilds, but I could see they set me down as a kind of dealer. I took some trouble to confirm their view. They refused any payment, and by 6 the next morning I had breakfast and was striding southwards again. All the slackness of the past months was slipping from my bones, and I stepped out like a 4-year-old. My notion was to return to the railway line a station or two farther on than the place where I had alighted yesterday, and to double back. I waited till I saw the smoke of an east-going train on the horizon. I think we need to approach. Then I approached the booking office and took a ticket for Dumfries. Alright, folks, I'm gonna take me a little break. Grab me, because I only technically I've had one meal today, so I'm gonna grab me a little something to eat. So this is gonna get a little bit more interesting, folks. But I shall return. Got me a bowl of cereal, folks. So this is gonna get crunchy. Sanctuary of the Inn. Sunday, May 24th, 1914, Galloway, Scotland. The occupants of the carriage were an old shepherd and his dog. A wall-eyed brute I mistrusted. Must have been Redneck's dog. The man was asleep, and on the cushions beside him was that morning's Scotsman. It was the Scotsman reading the Scotsman. Scotsman, May 25th, 1914.
God.
Empire Day murder shocks London. Scotland Yard top officers have been called into action following the brutal slaying of decorated British officer in an affluent apartment block in London near Portland Place. The killing took place during last week's Empire Day celebrations. The as yet unnamed man was discovered in the first floor flat on Saturday morning by his valet, Mr. Paddock. Intriguingly, the victim was not in charge of the apartment, and the owner was not to be found. Even more intriguing is the arrest of a local milkman found whistling in the hallway of the apartment a mere 5 minutes away from Oxford Street. Mr. Paddock rang the alarm and had the young man arrested. Scotland Yard Commissioner Mr. McGillivray, okay, said his top officers were currently interviewing the suspect. This is one of the most horrendous murders we had in the part of London for some time. Just the fact that it happened on the Empire Day just makes the whole affair even more abhorrent. We will make sure that no stone is left unturned in bringing the killer to justice. Mr. Paddock informed the police the dead man's name was Sir Captain Digby of the 40th Cuirass, and he had been at the apartment for 4 days. As yet, Scotland Yard has been unable to confirm the identity. The details of the murder are also sparse. This is the second dead body to have been found in this very apartment block in the past week. The 6 days earlier, an American businessman identified as Mr. Christopher Rick was found in his apartment having committed suicide. Neighbor Mrs. Tweedson said, "This is a respectable part of the city, safe behind closed doors, at least until now. I am all shook up. I've canceled my milk order." McGillivray assured residents that there is nothing to be concerned about, and that there are no apparent connections between the deaths, and that the latest killing is most likely the result of a financial dispute. Missing airman, feared disaster to Mr. Harmel. Mr. Gustav Hamel, the well-known aviator whose intentions to attempt the transatlantic flight was announced last week, was expected in London on Saturday morning in order to take part in the aerial derby competition arranged for the afternoon. He was known to have started from the Aerodrome at the Villa Cobley at the 4:30 in the morning, but he failed to put in an appearance on the English side of the channel. And as the day wore on without bringing any definite news of him, considerable anxiety on his account gradually made itself felt. Inquiries made in all directions proved fruitless, and yesterday anxiety deepened into serious alarm. Suffragette outrages, King portrait slashed with an axe. The construction of exhibition pictures, which have been recently featured on the militant suffragette activity in London, was adopted in Edinburgh for the first time on Saturday, with a half-length portrait of King George from the brush of Mr. John Lavery, along with a picture of the Queen of the Royal Scottish Academy, was damaged by a woman who slashed it with an axe. In view of similar outrages of late, special precautions have been taken at the Academy with the object of frustrating any attempts to destroy the paintings. But when the woman entered the building about noon, no suspicions at first was aroused. There was remarked afterwards that she had not, as is usually done by lady visitors, given an umbrella or article of attire in the keeping of the attendants. Portland Place killer on the run, traveling north. New twists and turns in the case of the Portland Place murder as Scotland Yard releases its prime suspect and reveals that the true criminal had escaped the capital. Scotland Yard Commissioner Mr. McGillivray said, "We have reason to believe the killer had left London by one of the northern lines. We no longer have reason to suspect that the milkman is our murderer or has any connection with the killings of Captain Theo Digby, Salopolis Digby, found dead earlier this week. Captain Digby is reported to have been on home leave and staying with a friend in an apartment near London's affluent Portland Place apartments. Chief Investigating Officer Mr. Scaife told the Times, "There was a brutal slaying of an honorable man. We urge anyone who may have seen or heard anything on the night of 23rd of May to come forward and make yourself known. The owner of the apartment in question, Mr. Richard Hannay, is still missing."
God.
Kind of weird that this is the 25th.
God.
So, kind of weird that these things are there. This news really travels that slow. I could smell the alcohol on his breath. We were approaching the station at which I had got out yesterday. The potato digging station master, having gingered up into some activity, but the west growing train was waiting to let us pass. From it descended three men who were asking him questions. Sitting well back in the shadow, I watched them carefully. Give me a moment. The three men, I suppose they were the local police, who had been stirred up by Scotland Yard and had traced me as far as this one-horse siding. One of them had a book and took down notes. The station staff, the old potato diggers, seemed to have turned peevish. The child who had collected my ticket was talking volubly. The Moors. All the party looked out across the moor where the white road departed. I hoped they were going to take up my tracks there. As we moved away from that station, the old shepherd began to stir.
Quiet, Where am I? Oh, where am I?
You're on a train, travelling east towards Dumfries, in Scotland.
Oh, that's what comes of being a teetotaler.
I expressed my surprise that in him I should have met a blue ribbon stalwart.
Oh, aye, but I'm a strong teetotaler. Aye, I took the pledge last Martinmas and I haven't touched a drop of whiskey since then. Not even a Hogmanay, though I was sair tempted. Oh, that's what I get. I heat better than hellfire and twine looking different ways for the Sabbath.
What did it?
Here, a drink they call brandy. Now, being a teetotaler, I keep it off the whiskey, but I was nipping all day at this brandy, and I doubt I'll no be wheel for a fortnight.
Good thing we have subtitles here. I didn't understand a word of that. My plan had been to get out at some station down the line, but the train suddenly gave me a better chance. I looked out and saw that every carriage window was closed and no human figure appeared in the landscape. So I dropped quickly from the carriage and ran like hell. It would have been all right, but for that infernal dog.
Where am I? Oh, where am I? He's jumped. He's jumped to his death.
Yep. I could not have made a more public departure if I had left with a burglar and a brass band. Bugler and a brass band. Happily, the drunken shepherd provided a diversion. He and his dog, which was attached by a rope to his waist, suddenly cascaded out of the carriage.
Quickly, that man needs help.
That blasted dog just bit me.
Blast the dog! Wait, he bit him. Rabies. They had forgotten me. I looked back, but there was nothing in the landscape. For the first time, I felt the terror of the hunted on me. It was not the police that I thought of, but the other folk who knew that I knew Scudder's secret and dared not let me live. I was certain that they would pursue me with a keenness and vigilance unknown to the British law, and that once their grip closed on me, I should find no mercy. You find Zarya, but no mercy. The mood did not leave me until I had reached the rim of mountain and flung myself painting on a ridge high above the young waters of the river. I have eyes like a hawk, but I could see nothing moving in the whole countryside. Then I looked into the blue May sky, and there I saw that which set my pulses racing. I was certain, as if I had been told that the aeroplane was looking for me, and that it did not belong to the police. These heather hills were no sort of cover if my enemies were in the sky, and I must find a different kind of sanctuary. I kept onwards. About 6 in the evening, I came out of the moorland. We approached.
As when a griffin through the wilderness with winged step. As when a griffin through the wilderness with winged step o'er hill and moory dale pursues the Arimaspian.
Okay. Peat, smoke, and savory roast floated from the house.
Good evening to you. It's a fine night for the road.
Is that place an inn?
At your service. I'm the landlord, sir. And I hope you will stay the night, for, to tell you the truth, I've had no company for a week.
Huh. Well, we found the innkeeper. I pulled myself up on the parapet of the bridge and filled my pipe. I began to detect an ally.
You're young to be an innkeeper?
My father died a year ago and left me the business. I live there with my grandmother. It's a slow job for a young man, and it wasn't my choice, the profession.
Which was?
He actually blushed.
I want to write books.
And what better chance could you ask? Man, I've often thought that an innkeeper would make the best storyteller in the world.
Oh, not now. Maybe in the old days when you had pilgrims and ballad makers and highwaymen and mail coaches on the road. But not now. Nothing comes here but motor cars full of fat women who stop for lunch and a fisherman or two in the spring and the shooting tenants in August. There's not much material to be got out of that. I want to see life, to travel the world and write things like Kipling and Conrad. But the most I've done yet is to get some verses printed in Chambers' Journal.
I looked at the inn standing golden in the sunset against the brown hills.
I've knocked a bit about the world, and I wouldn't despise such a hermitage. Do you think that adventure is only found in the tropics or among gentry in red shirts? Maybe you're rubbing shoulders with it at this moment.
That's what Kipling says. Brother romance, and all unseen bromance brought up the 9:15.
Yes. But here's a true tale for you then. And a month from now, you can make a novel out of it.
You just gotta take 39 steps first. A story of epic proportions. Mr. Richard Hannay was a successful mining magnate. Okay, I couldn't read that fast. Then his luck changed and he ran into serious financial troubles. We're here for the money. I owe you nothing. Tuck chased Hannay across the Kalahari to German Africa, pursuing him across the ocean. boat. We're on a boat. Everybody take a look at the motherfucking boat. Where the hell is he gonna run? He got away and fled to London. But they tracked him down. My hat! Yeah, killed his friend. And we're chasing Henny yet.
You're looking for adventure? Well, you've found it here. The devils are after me and the police are after them. It's a race that I mean to win.
By God! It's all pure Rider Haggard and Conan Doyle!
You believe me?
Of course I do! I believe everything out of the common. The only thing to distrust is the normal.
He was very young, but he was the man for my money.
I think they're off my track for the moment, but I must lie close for a couple of days. Can you take me in?
He caught my elbow in his eagerness and drew me towards the house. As I entered the inn porch, I heard from far off the beat of an engine. He gave me a room at the back of the house with a fine outlook over the plateau. I smoked in a chair till daylight, for I could not sleep. The next morning, I wanted some time to myself, so I invented a job for him. He had a motorbicycle, and I sent him off next morning for the daily paper, which usually arrived with the post in the late afternoon. I told him to keep his eyes skinned and make note of any strange figures he saw, keeping a special sharp lookout for motors and aeroplanes. Then I sat down in the real earnest to Scudder's notebook. In real earnest to Scudder's notebook. Okay, yeah. Portland Place murderer in Scotland. London police have reason to believe that the Portland Place murderer had traveled north into Scotland in his bid to escape the authorities. It has also come to light that the milkman had provided damning evidence against the flat owners, Mr. Richard Henny, in connection to the murder of Captain Salopolis of Digby. He told me that he was playing a game, he said, the milkman. He needed to be a milkman for half an hour, and I believed him. But he never came back. He took my hat and coat, too, the thief. The milkman's uniform has since been discovered behind a hoarding in an alleyway opposite of Mr. Henny's apartment. Fear not, if there is a killer in Scotland, we will track him down to Lothian and Borders Police Chief, Mr. Hamish Smith. His name is Hamish. We will be putting extra resources into the manhunt. Should anyone spot Mr. Henny, a 37-year-old man of average height and build, they should not try and apprehend him. Henny is known to be a military man with considerable skills with weaponry. The Albanian revolt, rebels release prisoners. The insurgents have released all the prisoners. Prince William yesterday rode out to the outpost. Everything is now quiet here. Karaleides, the Greek premier, the state of the Balkans have become the most vexing issue on the international stage. Various failures to resolve the Eastern question over preceding decades have left Europe facing renewed crisis after crisis. Amidst the maelstrom, Greek Premier Minister Konstantin Karaleides is regarded as the key stabilizing force in a region beset by regime changes, rebellion, and intractable territorial claims. The hills of home. I was born in the land of Scotland when the heather was turning brown. I grew in the hills of Scotland, then wanted to leave my town. I'm bored of the land of Scotland. Please take me away. These desolate plains of Scotland are not where I wish to stay. What the innkeeper saw. Donald woke to the sound of hammering. Thump, the hammer did strike. Thump, the hammer pierced his brain again and again. The beam above his head creaked as the wind whistled around a small cottage. He heard his grandmother moving about in the next room. His father would be at the river already, checking to see if the eggs had hatched. Information collected January to May 1914, Franklin Scudder. Dear Mr. Fraser, thank you for sending us your latest poem, A Frozen Heart in Summer Days. We would be delighted to publish your poem in the January issue of next year. We will return the manuscript once it has been copied by recorded post. Sincerely yours, Edward Lethen, editor. Frozen Heart in 7 days. Last winter our chests were warm as homely fires burnt till dawn. The inn was full with passing trade, a perfect home for travelers bade. The spring was pleasant and new life did spring. We cooked up pheasant that my father brought in, but things did change as the sun arrived. But things did not change as my father died. The place came empty, my thoughts then lost. The passing of life is the eternal cost. Now this summer our chests are cold, the inn no longer the place of old. My heart is frozen like the eternal look on my father's face as his life was took. But life goes on, I take over the business as my father's son. My dreams will hold, though never gone. My words have meaning, my father's son. Alright, well. Innkeeper said he coupled. Alright. I think we looked at everything we could. Moving on. I glanced out of the window. There seemed to be two of them, men in equestrians and tweed caps. One was slim, the other was sleek. That was the most I could make of my reconnaissance. Ten minutes later, the innkeeper slipped into the room, his eyes bright with excitement.
There's two chaps below looking for you. They're in the dining room having whiskies and sodas. They asked about you and said they'd hoped to meet you here. Oh, and they described you jolly well, down to your boots and shirt. I told them you'd been here last night and gone off on a motor bicycle this morning. And one of the chaps swore like a navvy.
I made him tell me what they looked like. One was dark-eyed, thin fellow with bushy eyebrows. The other was always smiling and lisped in his talk. Neither was any kind of foreigner. On this, my young friend was positive. I took a bit of paper and wrote words in German as if they were part of a letter.
Take this down and say it was found in my bedroom and ask them to return it to me if they overtake me. Okay.
Blackstone. Scudder had got onto this, but he could not act for a fortnight. I doubt if I can do any good now, especially as Carol Leeds is uncertain about his plans. But if Mr. T advises, I will do my best.
Your paper woke them up. The dark fellow went as white as death and cursed like blazes. And a fat one whistled and looked ugly. They paid for their drinks with half a sovereign and wouldn't wait for change.
Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do. Get on your bicycle and go off to Newton Stewart to the chief constable. Describe the two men and say you suspect them of having had something to do with the London murder. You can invent reasons. The two will come back, never fear. Not tonight, for they'll follow me 40 miles along the road, but first thing tomorrow morning. Tell the police to be here bright and early.
Reasonable? He set off like a docile child while I worked at Scudder's notes. I had a sudden inspiration. Scudder had said Julia Ceskeny was the key to the Karolitz business, and it occurred to me to try it on the cipher. It worked. The 5 letters of Julia gave me the position of the vowels. Ceskeny's gave me the numerals for the principal consonants. I scribbled the scheme on a bit of paper. In half an hour I was reading with the whitest face and fingers that drummed on the table. That evening we dined together. Out of common decency, I had to let him pump me for information. I gave him a lot of stuff about lion hunts and the Matabele War, thinking all the while what tame business these were compared to this I was now engaged in. When we went to bed again, I sat up. I had finished Scudder's book. Having decoded Scudder's book, Hanny now has all the facts. If only he can remain hidden until the second week of June. A pack of lies. Tuesday, May 26, 1914, The Inn, Scotland. The next morning I witnessed from my room the arrival of 2 constables and a sergeant. They put their car in a coach house under the innkeeper's instructions and entered the house. 20 minutes later, I saw from my window a second car come across the plateau from the opposite direction. It did not come up to the inn, but stopped 200 yards off in the shelter of a patch of wood. I noticed that its occupants carefully reversed it before leaving it. My plan had been to lie hid in my bedroom and see what happened. I had a notion that if I could bring the police and my other more dangerous pursuers together, something might work out of it to my advantage. But now I had a better idea. Action scenes are actiony. I strolled gently out on the plateau. The wind seemed to bring me the sound of angry voices.
You may picture me driving that 40 HP car for all she was worth over the crisp moor roads on that shining May morning, glancing back at first over my shoulder and looking anxiously to the next turning, then driving with a vague eye just wide enough awake to keep on the highway, for I was thinking desperately of what I had found in Scudder's pocketbook. The whole story was in the notes, with gaps, you understand, which he would have filled up from his memory. He stuck down his authorities too, and had an odd trick of giving them all a numerical value and then striking a balance, which stood for the reliability of each stage in the yarn. This war was going to come as a mighty surprise to Britain. Carolides' death would set the Balkans by the ears, and then Vienna would chip in with an ultimatum. Russia wouldn't like that, and there would be high words, but Berlin would play the peacemaker and pour oil on the waters, till suddenly she would find a good cause for a quarrel, pick it up, and in 5 hours let fly at us. That was the idea, and a pretty good one too. The 15th day of June was going to be a day of destiny, a bigger destiny than the killing of a Dago. It was so big that I didn't blame Scudder for keeping me out of the game and wanting to play a lone hand. That, I was pretty clear, was his intention. Despite all the nonsense talked in Parliament, there was a real working alliance between France and Britain, and the two general staffs met every now and then and made plans for joint action in case of war. Well, in June a very great swell was coming over from Paris, and he was going to get nothing less than a statement of the disposition of the British Home Fleet on mobilization, which was something uncommonly important. The bare bones of the tale were all that was in the book. These, and one queer phrase which occurred half a dozen times inside brackets. 39 steps was the phrase. And at its last time of use it ran, 39 steps, I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m. I could make nothing of that. It was no question of preventing a war. That was coming, as sure as Christmas. Had been arranged, said Scudder, ever since February 1912. Carolides was going to be the occasion.
Nothing but the truth. I think we looked at everything here, so we move on. On the Barrymore, I was at the airplane's mercy. Well, my only chance was to get to the leafy cover of the valley. The vampire. Then came a thick wood where I slackened my speed. Upon a couple of cables, which a Premago double with the board on the highway. I clapped on my brakes, but my impetus was too great. I did the only thing possible and ran slap into the hedge on the right. Dramatic! A branch of hawthorn had got me in the chest, lifted me up, and held me, while a ton or two of expensive metal slipped below. Slowly, that thorn let me go. As I scrambled to my feet, a hand took me by the arm. I found myself looking at a tall young woman.
I say, bless me, I'm dreadfully sorry. Are you hurt? Really, I must apologise. Oh, bless my soul. Do tell me you're all right.
My blame, sir. It's lucky that I did not add homicide to my follies. Well, that's the end of my Scotch motor tour. Or it might have been the end of my life.
Oh, I thought it said young woman and it says a dude. He plucked out a watch and studied it.
You're the right sort of fellow. I can spare a quarter of an hour, and my house is 2 minutes off. I'll see you clothed and fed and snug in bed. Where's your kit, by the way? Is it in the burn along with the car?
It's in my pocket.
A toothbrush?
I'm a colonial and travel light.
A colonial? By gad, you're the very man I've been praying for. Are you by any blessed chance a free trader?
A free trader? I am.
Oh, good show!
Hey? He patted my shoulder and herded me into his car. Presently, we drew up before a comfortable-looking shooting box, and he ushered me indoors. First, he flung half a dozen of his seats before me, for my own had been pretty well reduced to rags. I selected a loose blue serge, which differed most conspicuously from my former garments, and borrowed a linen collar. Then he held me to the dining room.
Thank you. You find me in a deuce of a mess, Mr... By the by, you haven't told me your name.
Twisden.
Twisden? Any relation to old Tommy Twisden of the 60th? No? Oh well. Well, you see, I'm the Liberal candidate for this part of the world, and I had a meeting on tonight at Brattleburn, and that's my chief town, in an infernal Tory stronghold. I'd got the colonial ex-premier fellow, Crumpleton, coming to speak for me tonight, and had the thing tremendously billed, and the whole place ground-baited. This afternoon, I had a wire from the ruffian saying he'd got influenza at Blackpool, and here I am, left to do the whole thing myself. I had meant to speak for 10 minutes, and now must go on for 40. And though I've been racking my brains for 3 hours to think of something, I simply cannot last the course. Now you've got to be a good chap and help me. You're a free trader and can tell our people what a washout protection is in the colonies. All you fellows have the gift of the gab. I wish to heaven I had it. I'll be forevermore in your debt.
Huh. I had a few notions about free trade, but I saw no other chance of getting what I wanted.
All right. I'm not much good as a speaker, but I'll tell them a bit about Australia.
Oh.
At my words, the cares of the ages slipped from his shoulders. Sir Harry. He lent me a big driving coat and never troubled to ask why I had started on a boarding floor without possessing an holster. As we slipped down the dusty road, the young man poured into my ears the simple facts of his system. Sir Harry was orphaned at an early age and was brought up by his uncle, who is a member of the British cabinet. He had gone round the world after leaving Cambridge, and then, being short of a job, his uncle had advised politics. But he had no preference in parties. He was liberal because his family had always been Whigs. His uncle pulled a few strings and posted Harry in Tweedle as the Liberal candidate without any hope of him winning over the Conservative constituents. He knew about horses and jawed away about the Derby entries, and he was full of plans of improving his shooting. Altogether, a very clean, decent, callow young man. He's a radical candidate. Sir Harry Pickle turns out to Hane's advantage as he makes friends in high places. I got friends in low places. Tuesday, May 26, 1914, Masonic Hall, Rattlebird. I guess we'll enter. The hall had about 500 in it, women mostly, a lot of bald heads, and a dozen or two young men. The chairman was a Weasley minister with a reddish nose. He lamented on Crumpleton's absence, soliloquied on influenza and gave me a certificate as a trusted leader of Australian thought. Where's G.G. Beckford, I hear? There were 2 policemen at the door, and I hope they took note of that testimonial. Then Sir Harry started. He had about a bushel of notes from which he read, and when he let go of them, he fell into one prolonged stutter. Every now and then, he remembered a phrase he had learned by heart and straightened his back and gave it off like Henry Irving. The next moment, he was bent double and crooning over his papers. He talked about the German menace and said it was all a Tory invention to cheat the poor of their rights and keep back the great flood of social reform, but that organized labor realized this and laughed the Tories to scorn. He was all for reducing our navy as a proof of good faith and then sending Germany an ultimatum telling her to do the same or we would knock her into a cocked hat. He said that, but for the Tories, Germany and Britain will be fellow workers in peace and reform. I thought of that little black book in my pocket. A giddy lot Scudder's friends cared for peace and reform. All in all, in a queer way, I liked the speech. You could see the niceness of the chap shining out behind the muck with which he had been spoon-fed. I might not be much of an orator, but I was 1,000% better than Sir Harry. I simply told them all I could remember about Australia, all about its Labour Party and emergence and universal service, praying there should be no Australian there. I doubt if I remembered to mention free trade, but I said there were no Tories in Australia, only Labour and Liberals. And I started in to tell them the kind of glorious business I thought could be made out of the empire if we really put our backs into it. Altogether, I fancy I was rather a success. The minister didn't like me though.
I'd like to propose a vote of thanks to Sir Harry for his statesmanlike speech, and to Mr. Twisden, whose words had the eloquence of an emigration agent.
Rude.
A ripping speech, Twisden. Now, you're coming home with me. I'm all alone, and if you'll stop a day or two, I'll show you some very decent fishing.
Back at Sir Harry's, we had a hot supper and then drank grog. The time had come for me to put my cards on the table. I saw by this man's eye that he was the kind that you can trust.
Listen, Sir Harry. I have something pretty important to say to you. You're a good fellow, and I'm going to be frank. Where on earth did you get that poisonous rubbish you talked tonight?
Oh, was it as bad as that? It did sound rather thin. I got most of it out of the Progressive magazine, and pamphlets that agent chap of mine keeps sending me. But you surely don't think Germany would ever go to war with us?
Ask that question in 6 weeks, and it won't need an answer. If you'll give me your attention for half an hour, I'm going to tell you a story.
I blinked no detail.
So you see, you have got here in your house the man that is wanted for the Portland Place murder. Your duty is to send your car for the police and give me up. I don't think I'll get very far. There'll be an accident, and I'll have a knife in my ribs an hour or so after arrest. Nevertheless, it's your duty as a law-abiding citizen. Perhaps in a month's time you'll be sorry, but you have no cause to think of that.
He was looking at me with bright, steady eyes.
What was your job in Rhodesia, Mr. Hannay?
Mining engineer. I've made my pile cleanly, and I've had a good time in the making of it.
Not a profession that weakens the nerves, is it?
As to that, my nerves are good enough.
I took the hunting knife and did the old shonen trick of tossing it in the air and catching it in my lips.
Oh. I don't want proof. I may be an ass on the platform, but I can size up a man. You're no murderer, and you're no fool. I believe you're speaking the truth. I'm going to back you up. Now, what can I do?
First, I want you to write a letter to your uncle. I've got to get in touch with the government people sometime before the 15th of June.
He pulled his mustache.
That won't help you. This is Foreign Office business, and my uncle would have nothing to do with it. Besides, you'd never convince him. No. I'll go one better. I'll write to the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office. He's my godfather and one of the best going. Now, what do you want?
He sat down at a table and wrote to my dictation. Dear Walter, I hope this letter finds you well, and I must apologize for not being in touch for such a long while. I'm finding all my time taking up with this political business, even to the detriment of my fishing. Anyway, on to more important matters. Without sounding overly enigmatic, I'm writing to say that if a man called Twisden happens to make your acquaintance before the 15th of June this year, it will be to your benefit to treat him kindly, despite what he may look like. This Swidgen chap will prove his bona fides by passing the words Blackstone and whistling Annie Laurie. Listen carefully to him, dear uncle. He has something to say that might just wake you. Cheerio and happy hunting, Harry.
Good. That's the proper style. Oh, by the way, you'll find my godfather, his name's Sir Walter Bullivant, down at his country cottage for Whitsuntide. It's close to Artonswell on the Kennet. And that's done. Now, what's the next thing?
You're about my height. Lend me the oldest tweed suit you've got. Anything will do, so long as the colour is the opposite of the clothes I destroyed this afternoon. Then, show me a map of the neighbourhood and explain to me the lie of the land. Lastly, if the police come seeking me, just show them the car in the glen. If the other lot turn up, tell them I caught the South Express after your meeting.
Sounds like a plan. He did, or promised to do, all of these things. I shaved off the remnants of my mustache and got inside an ancient suit of what I believe is called a heather mixture. The map gave me some notion of my whereabouts and told me the two things I wanted to know. Where the main railway to the south could be joined, and what were the wildest districts near at hand. He wakened me from my slumber in the smoking room armchair and led me blinking into the dark starry night. An old bicycle was found in a tool shed and handed over to me. You got a bicycle?
First, turn to the right, and by the long fir wood. By daybreak, you'll be well into the hills. Then, I should pitch the machine into a bog and take to the moors on foot. You can put in a week among the shepherds and be as safe as if you were in New Guinea.
Thank you.
Think nothing of it. You got me out of a tight spot last night. Now, you better get cracking. Good luck.
We're gonna need it. It's an old bike. It needs WD-40. To the hills! They are not silent. I pedaled diligently up the steep roads of hill gravel till the skies grew pale with morning. Haney must lay low, but the Scottish police are pursuing him with an advantage on their home turf. Run to the hills. Wednesday, May 27th, 1914. Pebbleshire, Scotland. Run for your life. I sat down and took stock of my position. I realized that my vantage ground might be in reality a trap. There was no cover for tourists in those bald green places. My enemies had located me, and the next thing would be a cordon around me. I didn't know what force they could command, but I was certain it would be sufficient. The airplane had seen my bicycle and would conclude that I would try to escape by road. There might be a chance on the moors to the right or left. Ditch the bike. Then I climbed to a knoll which gave me a view of the two valleys. At other times I would have liked this place, but now it seemed to suffocate me. The free moorlands were prison walls, and the keen air was the breath of a dungeon. I tossed a coin, heads right, tails left. Then I found the road.
Good day to you.
He looked at me with a fishy eye.
Confound the day I ever left the herding. There I was, my own master. Now I'm a slave to the government, tethered to the roadside with sair een in a back like a suckle.
Job. The plight of the road mender was a difficult one. Breaking up stones and laying them across miles of Scottish track was a tough job indeed. He was a wild figure about my size, but much bent, with a week's beard on his chin and a big pair of horn spectacles.
Oh, mercy on me, my head's bursting. I can't do it. The surveyor man just report me, I'm for my bed.
What is your trouble, may I ask?
His trouble was clear enough.
The trouble is that I'm no sober. Last night my daughter Maren was wadded, and the dance still fower in the byre. Me and some other chiels sat down to the drinking, and here I am. Pity that I ever looked on the wine when it was red.
Sleep sounds like your best bet.
It's easy speaking. But I got a postcard yestreen saying that the new road surveyor would be round the day. He'll come and he'll no find me, or else he'll find me foo, and either way I'm a done man. I'll walk back to my bed and say I'm no wheel, but I doubt that'll no help me, for they ken my kind of no wheelness.
Then I had an inspiration.
Where's your house?
I was directed by a wavering finger to the cottage by the stream.
Well, back to your bed and sleep in peace. I'll take on your job for a bit and see the surveyor.
He stared at me blankly, then as the notion dawned on his fuddled brain, his face broke into a vacant, drunkard smile.
Eh? Hey, you're the Billy. It'll be easy enough managed. I've finished that bingo stain, so you needn't chop any more for noon. Just take the barry and wheel enough metal for yon quarry down the road to make another bing the morn. My name's Alexander Turnbull, and I've been 7 year at the trade and 20 afore that herding in Leith and Water. My friends call me Eki, and Wales Specky, for I wear glasses in wake of the sight. Just you speak the surveyor fair and calm, sir, and he'll be fell pleased. I'll be back, midday.
Okay. I borrowed his spectacles and filthy old hat, stripped off coat, waistcoat, and collar, and gave him them to carry home. I borrowed too the foul stump of clay pipe as an extra property. He indicated my simple task, and without more ado, set off for an amble bedwards. Then I set at work to dress for the part. I opened the collar of my shirt. It was a vulgar blue and white check such a plowmen wear, and revealed a neck as brown as any tinker's. I rubbed a good deal of dirt also into the sunburn of my cheeks. My boots did not satisfy me, but by dint of kicking among the stones, I reduced them to the granite-like surface which marks a roadman's footgear. I broke one of the bootlaces and retied it in a clumsy knot and loosened the other so that my thick gray socks bulged over the uppers. I bit and scraped my fingernails to the edges were all cracked and uneven. The men I was matched against would miss no detail. I rolled up my sleeves and there was a forearm which might have been a blacksmith, sunburnt and rough with old scars. A Roman's eyes would no doubt be a little inflamed, so I contrived to get some dust in both of mine, and by dint of vigorous rubbing, produced a bleary effect. Alright. The sandwiches Sir Harry had given me had gone off with my coat, but the roadman's lunch tied up in a red handkerchief was at my disposal. I did up the bundle again and put the paper conspicuously beside it. On I went, treading my load of stone with the heavy step of the professional. Soon I grew warm and the dust on my face changed into solid and biting grit.
Are you Alexander Turnbull? I am the new County Road Surveyor. You live at Black Hawkfoot and have charge of the section from Laidlaw Byres to the Riggs. Good. A fair bit of road, Turnbull, and not badly engineered. A little soft about a mile off and the edges want cleaning. See you look after that. Good morning. You'll know me the next time you see me.
I feel like my get-up was good enough for the dreaded surveyor. The speckled roadman, Henny, comes face to face with his enemies in a grueling battle of wits. Roadside Deception. Deceptione. Wednesday, May 27th, 1914. Publishire, Scotland. Just about midday, a big car stole down the hill, glided past, and drew up 100 yards beyond. Its 3 occupants descended as if to stretch their legs and sauntered towards me. 2 of the men I had seen before from the window of the Galloway Inn. One lean, sharp, and dark, the other comfortable and smiling. The third had the look of a countryman, a vet perhaps, or a small farmer. He was dressed in an ill-cut knickerbockers, and the eye in his head was as bright and wary as a hen's.
Morning! That's a fine, easy job of yours.
I slowly and painfully straightened my back after the Roman spat vigorously after the manner of the low Scot and regarded them steadily before replying.
There's worse jobs, and there's better. I would rather have yours, sitting all day on your hinderlands in 8 cushions. It's you and your muckle cars that wreck my roads. If we all had our richts, you should be made to mend what you break.
The bright-eyed man was looking at the newspaper lying beside Tumble's bundle.
I see you get your papers in good time.
Aye, in good time. Seeing that paper come out last Saturday, I'm just 6 days late.
He picked it up, glanced at the superscription, and laid it down again.
You've a fine taste in boots. These were never made by a country shoemaker.
They were not. They were made in London. I got they through the gentleman that was here last year for the shooting. What was his name now?
I scratched the forgetful head.
Let us get on. This fellow is all right. Let us get on. This fellow is all right. Did you see anyone pass early this morning? He might be on a bicycle or he might be on foot.
I very nearly fell into the trap and told a story of a bicyclist hurrying past in the grey dawn.
Wasn't up very early. You see, my daughter was married last night, and we keeping it up late. I opened the house door about 7, and there was nobody on the road then. Since I come up here, there has just been the baker and the Rackhill herd, besides you gentlemen.
One of them gave me a cigar, which I smelled gingerly and stuck it in Turnbull's bundle. They were out of sight in 3 minutes, and my heart leaped with an enormous relief. I went on wheeling my stones. It was as well for 10 minutes, then the car returned. One of the occupants waving a hand to me, though gently left nothing to chance. I finished Turnbull's bread and cheese, and pretty soon I had finished the stones. The next step was what puzzled me. I had a notion that the cordon was still tight round the glen, and that if I walked in any direction, I should meet with questions. Get out I must. No man's nerve could stand more than a day of being spied on. And suddenly...
Excuse me, may I trouble you for a light?
By an amazing chance, I knew him. His name was Marmaduke Jopley, and he was an offense to creation. First meeting. I had a business introduction to his firm when I came to London, and he was good enough to ask me to dinner at his club. There he showed off a great rate and pattered about his duchessness, his duchessness till the snobbery of the creature turned me sick. Asked the man afterwards why nobody kicked him, and he was told that the Englishmen revered the weaker sex. Reputation. He was sort of a blood stockbroker who did his business by toadying eldest sons and rich young peers and foolish old ladies. He would crawl a mile on his belly to anything that had a title or a million. Again, easy for me to say. Anyhow, there he was now, nattily dressed in a fine new car, obviously on his way to visit some of his smart friends, and he hadn't a clue who I was.
Hello, Jopley. Well met, my lad.
Who the devil are you?
My name's Hanny, from Rhodesia, you remember?
Good God, the murderer!
Just so. And there'll be a second murder, my dear, if you don't do as I tell you. Give me that coat of yours, that cap too.
He did as bid, for he was blind with terror. Over my dirty trousers and vulgar shirt, I put on his smart driving coat, which buttoned high at the top, and thereby hid the deficiencies of my collar. I stuck the cap on my head and added his gloves to my get-up. The dusty Roman in a minute was transformed into one of the neatest motorists in Scotland. On Mr. Jopley's head, I clapped Turnbull's unspeckable hat, unspeakable hat, and told him to keep it there.
Now, my child, sit quite still and be a good boy. I mean you no harm. I'm only borrowing your car for an hour or two. But if you play me any tricks, and above all, if you open your mouth, as sure as there's a God above me, I'll wring your neck. Savvy?
Just don't hurt me.
Hurt him. I enjoyed that evening's ride. Yeah, I bet he did. As the dark fell, I turned up a side glen into an unfrequented corner of the hills. Soon the villages were left behind, then the farms, and then even the wayside college. Here we stopped, and I obligingly reversed the car and restored to Mr. Jopley his belongings.
1,000 thanks. There's more use in you than I thought. Now be off and find the police.
I'll get you!
As I sat on the hillside, I reflected on the various kinds of crime I had now sampled. Contrary to general belief, I was not a murderer, but I had become an unholy liar, a shameless impostor, and a highwayman with a marked taste for expensive motor cars. And there are worse things to be. The game is up. Things are looking desperate for Hanny as his pursuers have gained the upper hand. Running is the only option. Game is up. The moon is dark. Thursday, May 28th, 1914, Pembrokeshire, Scotland. I spent the night on the hillside. It was a cold business, for I had neither coat nor a waistcoat. These were in Mr. Turnbull's keeping, as was Scudder's little notebook, my watch, and worst of all, my pipe and tobacco pouch. Only my money accompanied me in my belt, and about half a pound of ginger biscuits in my trouser pockets. I supped off half those biscuits, and by worming myself deep into the heather, got some kind of warmth. So far, I have been miraculously lucky. My chief trouble was that I was desperately hungry. I lay and tortured myself, for the ginger biscuits merely emphasized the aching void, with the memory of all the good food I had thought so little of in London. And longing hopelessly for these dainties, I fell asleep. I woke very cold and stiff about an hour after dawn. It took me a little while to remember where I was. I raised myself on my arms and looked down into the valley, and that one look set me lacing up my boots in mad haste. There were men below, no more than a quarter of a mile off, spaced out on the hillside like a fan, and beating the heather. Marmee had not been slow in looking for his revenge. I scrambled to the top of the ridge. My pursuers were patiently quartering the hillside and moving upwards. Keeping behind the skyline, I ran for maybe half a mile. Then I showed my shell. The line of search had changed directions. I pretended to retreat over the skyline, but instead went back the way I had come. 20 minutes, I was behind the ridge overlooking my sleeping quarters. The police had eventually called in local talent to their aid. The men I could see had the appearance of birds or game keepers. The exercise had warmed my blood, and I was beginning to enjoy myself. I trusted to the strength of my legs, but I was well aware that those behind me would be familiar with the lie of the land, and that my ignorance would be a heavy handicap. My stratagem had given me a fair start, we'll call it 20 minutes, and I had the width of a glen behind me before I saw the first heads of the pursuers. From that viewpoint, I had the satisfaction of seeing the pursuit streaming up the hill at the top of the glen and on a hopelessly false scent. Actually, this is all revealed in kind of like almost out of order sequence. Damon's would have gotten a kick out of reading that in the confusion. It began to seem less of a game. Those fellows behind were hefty men on their native heath. Looking back, I saw that only 3 were following direct, and I guessed that the others had fetched a circuit to cut me off. I resolved to get out of this tangle of glens to the pocket of moor I had seen from the tops. I put on a great skirt and got off my ridge and down into the moor before any figures appeared on the skyline behind me. Clearly the road ran to a house, and I began to think of doing the same. I think we need to run. Action! We got to do things. We shall approach the house. I saw the face of an elderly gentleman meekly watching me from within the glass veranda. Seated at the knee-hole desk was the benevolent old gentleman with some papers and open volumes before him. His face was round and shiny, with big glasses stucco on the end of his nose, and the top of his head was as bright and bare as a glass bottle.
You seem in a hurry, my friend.
I nodded towards the window. I gave a prospect across the moor and revealed a figure half a mile off, staggering through the heather.
Ah, I see. A fugitive from justice, eh? Well, we'll go into the matter at our leisure. Meantime, I object to my privacy being broken in upon by the clumsy rural policeman. Go into my study and you will see 2 doors facing you. Take the one on the left and close it behind you. You will be perfectly safe.
He's rather obliging. Once again, I have found an unexpected sanctuary. The master of the house, sitting in a deep armchair, now regarded me with curious eyes.
Are they gone?
They have gone. I convinced them that you'd cross the hill. I do not choose that the police should come between me and one whom I am delighted to honor. This is a lucky morning for you, Mr. Richard Hannay.
As he spoke, his eyelids seemed to tremble and fall a little over his keen gray eyes. And a flash, the phrase of Scudder's came back to me when he described the man he most dreaded in the world. He had said that he could hood his eyes like a hawk. I saw that I had walked straight into the enemy's headquarters. Throttle him! He seemed to anticipate my intention, for he smiled gently and nodded to the door behind me. I turned and saw 2 manservants who had covered me with pistols. Or had me covered with pistols. He knew my name, but he had never seen me before. And as a reflection darted across my mind, I saw a slender chance.
I don't know what you mean. And who are you calling Richard Hannay? My name's Ainsley.
So? But of course you have others. We won't quarrel about a name.
I was pulling myself together now, and I reflected that my garb, lacking coat and waistcoat and collar, would at any rate not betray me. I put on my surliest face and shrugged my shoulders.
I suppose you're going to give me up after all, and I call it a damn dirty trick. My God, I wish I'd never seen that cursed motor car. Here's the money and be damned to you.
He opened his eyes a little.
Oh no, I shall not give you up. My friends and I will have a little private settlement with you. That is all. You know a little too much, Mr. Hannay. You're a clever actor, but not quite clever enough.
He spoke with assurance, but I could see the dawning of doubt in his mind.
For God's sake, stop jawing. Everything is against me. I haven't had a bit of luck since I came on shore at Leith. What's the harm in a poor devil with an empty stomach picking up some money he finds in a bust-up motor car? That's all I've done, and for that I've been chivied for 2 days by those blasted bobbies over those blasted hills. Oh, I tell you, I'm fair sick of it. You know what you like, old boy? Ned Ainsley's got no fight left in him.
I could see that the doubt was gaining.
Will you oblige me with the story of your recent doings?
I can't, Governor. I've not had a bite to eat for 2 days. Give me a mouthful of food, and then you'll hear God's truth.
Yes, give me food and I'll tell you the truth. Oh, we got an action sequence. Hold on. High octane action. I wolfed him down like a pig, or rather like Ned Ainsley, for I was keeping up my character. Then I told him my story. God's truth. We swear it's the truth. Ned Ainsley was a common Londoner who had arrived at Leith a week ago and was making his way overland to his brother at Wigton. found 3 sovereigns lying on the seat of a bust-up car and another on its floor. There was nobody there or any train of an owner, so Ainsley pocketed the cash. He tried to change the sovereign at the baker's, but the woman cried on the police. Police! A little later, cutting-edge graphics. The police had tracked him down, and Ainsley was on the run across Scotland. And that is God's truth. Trust us.
I can have the money back for a fat lot of good it's done me. Those perishers are all down on a poor man. Now, if it had been you, Governor, that had found the quids, nobody would have troubled you.
You're a good liar, Hanny.
Stop fooling, damn you. I tell you, my name's Ainsley, and I never heard of anyone called Annie in my born days. I'd sooner have the police than you with your Hannays and your monkey-faced pistol tricks. No, Governor, I beg pardon. I don't mean that. I'm much obliged to you for the grub, and I'll thank you to let me go now the coast's clear.
It was obvious he was badly puzzled. He had never seen me, and my appearance must have altered considerably from my photographs.
I do not propose to let you go. If you are what you say you are, you will soon have a chance of clearing yourself. If you are what I believe you are, I do not think you will see the light much longer.
He rang a bell, and a third servant appeared from the veranda.
I want the Lanchester in 5 minutes. There will be 3 to luncheon.
You'll know me next time, Governor.
Karl, stecke diesen in den Lagerraum. Und bis ich zurückkomme, bist du mir für ihn verantwortlich.
I was marched out of the room with a pistol at each ear.
Hands off me! God! Hand me!
Oh, wait. Right on. Let me take a quick look here. Move on to the next chapter. Wait, before we do. Desperate measures. Friday, May 29th, 1914. Blackstone HQ, Scotland. The whole place smelt of mold and disuse. The old boy had gone off in a motor to collect the 2 ruffians who had interviewed me yesterday. Now, they had seen me as the roadman, and they would remember me, for I was in the same rig. What was the roadman doing 20 miles from his beat, pursued by the police? A question or two will put them on the track. Probably they have seen Mr. Turnbull, probably Marmee too. Most likely they could link me up with Sir Harry, and the whole thing would be crystal clear. The more I thought of it, the angrier I grew, and I had to get up and move about the room. I couldn't open the boxes. I found a handle in the wall which seemed worth investigating. We broke it. Action sequence. It was Letonate, a powerful explosive I knew from my time as a mining engineer. But I had forgotten the proper charge and the right way of preparing it, and I wasn't sure about the timing. I had only a vague notion, too, as to its power, for though I had used it, I had not handled it with my own fingers. But it was a chance, the only possible chance. The remembrance of Little Scudder decided me. Rig explosive. Action sequence. Place it there. It was about the beastliest moment of my life, for I am no good at these cold-blooded resolutions. Still, I managed to rack up the pluck to set my teeth and shook back the horrid doubts that flooded in my mind. I simply shut off my mind and pretended I was doing an experiment as simple as Guy Fawkes fireworks. Action things for a demolition man. My stupor can scarcely have lasted beyond a few seconds. I stepped over the broken lintel and found myself standing in the yard in a dense and acrid fog. I felt very sick and ill, but I could move my limbs, and I staggered blindly forward away from the house. A small mill lade ran in a wooden aqueduct at the other side of the yard. I fell into this. The cool water revived me, and I had just enough wits left to think of escape. I squirmed up the lade among the slippery green slime until I reached the mill wheel. Then I wriggled through the axle hole into the old mill and tumbled onto a bed of chaff. I can dig it. A nail caught the seat of my trousers and left a wisp of peddler mixture behind me. Nausea shook me, and a wheel in my head kept turning while my left shoulder and arm seemed to be stricken with the palsy. I crawled down the broken ladder, scattering chaff behind me to cover my footsteps. I did the same on the mill floor and on the threshold where the door hung on the broken hinges. I slipped across the space. I got to the back of the Dovecot and prospected a way of ascent. By the use of outjutting stones, gaps in the masonry, and a tough ivory roof, I got to the top. Rope. I found space to lie down. Then I proceeded to go off into an old-fashioned swoon. Next up, the downward spiral. Damaged and intoxicated, Hanny escapes the clutches of the Black Stone, but they know he is nearby. Saturday, May 30th, 1914, Blackstone HQ, Scotland. I woke with a burning head and the sun glaring in my face. For a long time I lay motionless, for those horrid fumes seemed to have loosened my joints and dulled my brain. There was a little gap in the parapet to which I wriggled, and from which I had some sort of prospect of the yard. I saw figures come out, the servant with his head bound up, and then a younger man in knickerbockers. I saw the round rotund figure of my late captor, and I thought I made out the man with the lisp. I noticed they all had pistols. They were looking for something and moved towards the mill. For a half hour they ransacked the mill. Then they came outside and stood just below the dovecot, arguing fiercely. I heard them fiddling with the door on the dovecot, and for one hard moment I fancied they were coming up. Then they thought better of it and went back to the house. All that long blistering afternoon I lay baking on the rooftop. Thirst was my chief torment. My tongue was like a stick. I watched the course of the little stream as it came in from the moor. I would have given £1,000 to plunge my face into that. I saw the car speed away with two occupants and a man on a hill pony riding east. I wished them joy on their quest. If that airplane came back, the chances were 10 to 1 I would be discovered. So through the afternoon I lay and prayed for the coming of darkness. On the dovecot, my shoulder was in a bad way. At first I thought it was only a bruise, but it seemed to be swelling and I had no use of my left arm. I had a crushing headache and felt as sick as a cat. Those letonite fumes had fairly poisoned me, and the baking hours on the dovecot hadn't helped matters. I had neither coat, waistcoat, collar, nor hat. My trousers were badly torn, and my face and hands were black with the explosion. I dare say I had other beauties, for my eyes felt as if they were furiously bloodshot. It seemed to me that the sooner I got in touch with the Foreign Office man, Sir William Bullivant, the better. He must just take or leave my story, and anyway, with him, I will be in better hands than those devilish Germans. I had begun to feel quite kindly towards the British police. My plan was to seek Mr. Tumble's cottage, recover my garments, and especially Scudder's notebook, then make for the main line and get back to the south. Thank God it was a black night, but a terrible night for a curse. My thirst was too great to allow me to tarry, so about 9 o'clock, so far as I could judge, I started to descend. Halfway down, I heard the back door of the house open and saw the gleam of a lantern against the mill wall. For some agonizing minutes, I hung by the ivy and prayed that whoever it was would not come round by the dovecot. Then the light disappeared and I dropped as softly as I could on the hard soil of the yard. I crawled on my belly in the lean of a stone dike till I reached the fringe of trees which surrounded the house. I was in a pretty bad way. Ten minutes later, my face was in the spring and I was soaking down pints of blessed water. But I did not stop till I had put half a dozen miles between me and that accursed dwelling. I sat down and took stock of my position. Sir Hanny's map had given me the lie of the land, and all I had to do was to steer a point or two west or southwest to come to the stream where I had met the roadman. I calculated I must be about 18 miles distant, and that meant I could not get there before morning. Very soon after daybreak, I made an attempt to clean myself in a hill burn, and then approached a herd's cottage, for I was feeling the need of food.
What in the name of... What's happened to you?
Forgive me. I've taken a pretty bad fall.
Come in. Come in.
Yeah, I was nearly blown up, baked. The Samaritan. Like a true Samaritan, she asked no question but gave me a bowl of milk with a dash of whiskey in it and let me sit for a little by her kitchen fire. She would have bathed my shoulder, but it ached so badly that I would not let her touch it. She was a decent old body and a plucky one, for though she got a fright when she saw me, she had an axe handy and would have used it on any evildoer. I don't know what she took me for. A repentant burglar, perhaps? Repentant burglar? I don't know. She showed me how to wrap the plaid around my shoulders, and when I left that cottage, I was the living image of the kind Scotsman you see in the illustrations in Burns' poems.
Please, take this as payment for your hospitality.
No. Keep your siller. No. Give it to them that hae richt it. Oh, richt then, if you insist. Tak my plaid and... this old hat that belonged to my man.
I passed over the miseries of that night among the wet hills. Twice I lost my way and had some nasty falls into peat bogs. I had only about 10 miles to go as the crow flies, but my mistake made it nearly 20. The last bit was completed with set feet and a very light and dizzy head. But I managed it, and in the early dawn I was knocking at Mr. Turnbull's door.
Where are ye that come stravaiging here in the Sabbath morning?
My head was swimming so wildly that I could not frame a coherent answer, but he recognized me.
Ah. Aye, have you got my specs?
I fetched them out of my trousers pockets.
You'll have come for your jacket and waistcoat. Come on by. Losh, man, you're terrible down to the legs. Hold up till I get you to a chair.
Annie's had a rough couple of days. Had a good deal of fever in my bones, and the wet night had brought it out, while my shoulder and the effects of the fumes combined to make me feel pretty bad. What was worse was the fiddle playing. I perceived I was in for a bout of malaria. Before I knew it, Mr. Tumble was helping me off with my clothes and putting me into bed in one of the two cupboards that lined the kitchen walls. He was a true friend in need, that Rodman. Old Rodman. Words are hard. Fly fisherman. Turnbull's nursing brings Henry back to fighting fitness, but time is running out as June 15th draws near. Dry fly fisherman. Thursday, June 11th, 1914. Turnbull's cottage, Scotland. That's right, yeah. When my skin was cool again, I found that the bout had more or less cured my shoulder. But it was a baddish go, and though I was out of bed in 5 days, it took me some time to get my legs again. Turnbull went out each morning, leaving me milk for the day and locking the door behind him, and came in the evenings to sit silent in the chimney corner. Not a soul came near the place, and he never bothered me with a question. He never even sought my name. The Scotsman, June 5th, 1914. Letter in reply to birthday congratulations, Buckingham Palace. I received many thousand letters from children who have sent me good wishes for my birthday. Their greetings have given me a great pleasure, and I thank them from my heart. I trust that as their own birthdays come around, they be blessed with as much happiness as they wish for me today. George R.I., June 3rd, 1914. No further trace of Aviator. A report circulated yesterday that Mr. Gustav Hamel, the missing airman, has been rescued at sea and landed at South Shields is unfortunately not correct. British Airways perceived by the suffragettes. Like there's more stuff there, but weird. One day he produced my belt from a lockfast drawer.
Here's your belt. There's a terrible heap of silver in it. You better count it to see it's there.
Thank you, but I'm sure there's no need. By the way, Could you tell me, has anyone been inquiring after me?
Aye, there was a man in a motor car. He speered what I'd taken my place that day, and I let on I thought him daft. But he keep it on at me, and saying I said he mun be thinking of my good brother for the clich that whiles leaned me a horn. He was a worse-looking soul, and I couldn't understand the half of his English tongue.
Which half? I was getting restless those last days, and as soon as I felt myself fit, I decided to be off. What about the book? As luck would have it, a drover went past that morning taking some cattle to Moffat. He was a man named Hislop, a friend of Tumble's, and he came into his breakfast with us and offered to take me with him. I made Tumble accept £5 for my lodging and a hard job I had of it. There never was a more independent being. When I told Tumble how much I owed him, he grunted something about one good turn deserving another. You would have thought from our leave-taking that we had parted in disgust. Well, Scottish hospitality, I guess. Driving cattle is a mortally slow job, and we took the better part of the day to cover a dozen miles. I had no mind for the summer and little for Hislop's conversation, for as the fateful 15th of June drew near, I was overwhelmed with the hopeless difficulties of my enterprise. If I had not had such an anxious heart, I would have enjoyed that time. Hislop was a cheery soul who chattered all the way over the pass and down the sunny vale of Annan. I talked of Galloway markets and sheep prices, and Hislop made up his mind I was a pack shepherd from those parts, whatever that may be. At Moffat, I got some dinner in a humble public house, then walked the 2 miles to the junction on the main line. The night express for the south was not due to near midnight, however. So, to fill up the time, I went up on the hillside and fell asleep, for the walk had tired me. I almost slept too long and had to run to the station and catch a train with 2 minutes to spare. About 6 o'clock in the evening, a weary and travel-stained being with a checkered black and white plaid over his arm descended at the little station at Artonswell. There were several people on the platform, and I thought I had better wait to ask my way till I was clear of the place. Onwards! I came to a bridge and fell to whistling. A fisherman had come up from the waterside. He leaned his delicate 10-foot split cane rod against the bridge and looked with me at the water.
Clear, isn't it? I back our Kennet any day against the test. Look at that big fellow. 4 pounds if it's an ounce. But the evening rise is over and you can't tempt him.
I don't see him.
Look, there. A yard from the reeds, just above that stickle.
Ah, I've got him now. You might swear he was a black stone.
So. Twisden's the name, isn't it?
No. I mean to say, yes.
I've forgotten all about my alias.
It's a wise conspirator that knows his own name.
I stood up and looked at him, at the square cleft jaw and broad-lined brow and the firm folds of cheek, and began to think that here at last was an ally worth having. Suddenly he frowned.
I call it disgraceful. Disgraceful that an able-bodied man like you should dare to beg. You can get a meal from my kitchen, but you'll get no money from me.
Evening, Sir Walter.
That's my house. Wait 5 minutes and then go round to the back door.
And with that, he left me. At the back door, a grave butler was awaiting me.
Come this way, sir.
He led me along a passage and up a back staircase to a pleasant bedroom looking towards the river.
Sir Walter thought as how Mr. Reggie's things would fit you, sir. He keeps some clothes here, for he comes regular on the weekends. There's a bathroom next door, and I've prepared hot bath. Dinner in half an hour, sir. You'll hear the gong.
The grave being withdrew, and I sat down in a chintz-covered easy chair and gasped. It was like a pantomime to come suddenly out of beggardom into this orderly comfort. Obviously, Sir Walter believed in me, though why he did I could not guess. I resolved not to puzzle my head, but to take the gifts the gods have provided. I shaved and bathed luxuriously and got into the dress clothes and clean, crackling shirt, which fitted me not so badly. By the time I had finished, the looking glass showed a not unpersonable young man. I'm afraid we have grave news. Sir Walter Bullivant takes Handy at his word, but fears Scudder's findings may have been a little off track. Saturday, June 13th, 1914, Sir Walter's Cottage, Artenswell. Sir Walter awaited me in the dining room. The sight of him, so respectable and established and secure, the embodiment of law and government and all the conventions, took me aback and made me feel an interloper. He couldn't know the truth about me, or he wouldn't treat me like this. I simply could not accept his hospitality on false pretenses.
I'm more obliged to you than I can say, but I'm bound to make things clear. I'm an innocent man, but I'm wanted by the police. I've got to tell you this, and I won't be surprised if you kick me out.
That's all right. Don't let that interfere with your appetite. We can talk about these things after dinner.
Okay, fair enough. It made me almost hysterical to be sitting there, waited on by a footman and a sleek butler, and remembered that I had been living for 3 weeks like a brigade, with every man's hand against me. Then we went to his study for coffee. I made up my mind that if ever I get rid of this business and had a house of my own, I would create just such a room. Then when the coffee cups were cleared away and we had got our cigars alight, he bade me to get started with my yarn. Start knitting.
I've obeyed Harry's instructions, and the bribe he offered me was that you would tell me something to wake me up. I'm ready, Mr. Hannay.
I noticed with the start that he called me by my proper name. How it began. I told him of my boredom in London and the night that I had come back to find Scudder gibbering on my doorstep. I told him all Scudder had told me about Carolides and the Foreign Office conference, and that made him purse his lips and grin. Then I got to the murder, and he grew solemn again. He heard all about the milkman and my time in Galloway, and my deciphering Scudder's notes at the end. He drew a breath when I whipped the little book from my pocket. I described my meeting with Sir Harry and the speeches at the hall. At that he laughed uproariously. My day as the Roman exciting him a bit. He made me describe the two fellows in the car very closely and seemed to be raking back in his memory. He grew merry again when he heard of the fate of that Ash Jopley. The old man in the Moreland house solemnized him again. Again, I had to describe every detail of his appearance.
You may dismiss the police from your mind. You're in no danger from the law of this land.
Great Scott. Have they got the murderer?
No. But for the last fortnight, they've dropped you from the list of possibles.
Why?
Principally because I received a letter from Scudder. I knew something of the man, and he did several jobs for me. He was half crank, half genius, but he was wholly honest. Trouble about him was his partiality for playing a lone hand. That made him pretty well useless in any secret service. A pity, for he had uncommon gifts. I think he was the bravest man in the world, for he was always shivering with fright, and yet nothing would choke him off. I had a letter from him on the 31st of May.
But he had been dead a week by then.
The letter was written and posted on the 23rd.
Slow mail
He evidently
service.
did not anticipate an immediate decease. His communications usually took a week to reach me, for they were sent undercover to Spain and then to Newcastle. He had a mania, you know, for concealing his tracks.
He got up and crossed the room to a cabinet, bringing back Scudder's letter. Sir Walter, I am in the gravest danger. My worst fears have been realized. My enemies are here in London. They have made themselves known. I cannot write more in case these words be intercepted, but I have found shelter with a good friend who lives near Portland Place. God willing, you will hear from me before the 15th of June. Your servant, Franklin P. Scudder.
I think his object was to clear you if anything happened. But when I got it, I went to Scotland Yard, went over the details of the inquest, and concluded that you were the friend. We made inquiries about you, Mr. Hannay, and found you were respectable. I thought I knew the motives for your disappearance. Not only the police, the other one, too. And when I got Harry's scrawl, I guessed at the rest. I've been expecting you any time this past week.
Thank heavens.
You can imagine what a load this took off my mind. I felt a free man once more.
Now, let us have the little notebook.
The little black book? It took us a good hour to work through it. His face was very grave before he had finished, and he sat silent for a while.
I don't know what to make of it. He's right about one thing. What is going to happen the day after tomorrow? How the devil can it have got known? That is ugly enough in itself. But all this about war and the Black Stone, it reads like some wild melodrama. If only I had more confidence in Scudder's judgment. Trouble about him was that he was too romantic. He had the artistic temperament and wanted a story to be better than God meant it to be. He had a lot of odd biases, too. Jews, for example, made him see red. Jews and the high finance. The Black Stone. Der Schwarze Stein. Yeah, it's like a penny novelette. And all this stuff about Karolides. That is the weak part of the tale, for I happen to know that the virtuous Karolides is likely to outlast us both. There's no state in Europe that wants him gone. Besides, he's just been playing up to Berlin and Vienna and giving my chief some uneasy moments. No. Scudder's gone off the track there. Frankly, Hannay, I don't believe that part of his story. There's some nasty business afoot, and he found out too much and lost his life over it. But I'm ready to take my oath that it's ordinary spy work. A certain great European power makes a hobby of her spy system, and her methods are not too particular. Since she pays by piecework, her blackguards are not likely to stick at a murder or two. They want our naval dispositions for their collection at the Marineamt. But they'll be pigeonholed. Nothing more.
Uh-huh. Phone.
There's a trunk call from London, Sir Walter. It's Mr. Heath, and he wants to speak to you personally.
Mr. Heath? My host went off to the telephone. He returned in 5 minutes, and 5 minutes with a whitish face.
I apologize to the shade of Scudder. Karolides was shot dead this evening at a few minutes after 7.
Uh-huh. Scudder was right. The Black Stone, the Foreign Office meeting with the Royer, is brought forward in a bid to derail the Black Stone's plot. Sunday, June 14th, 1914, Sir Walter's Cottage, Artenswell. I came down to breakfast next morning after 8 hours of blessed dreamless sleep. I found Sir Walter decoding a telegram in the midst of muffins and marmalade. His fresh rosiness of yesterday seemed a thought tarnished.
I had a busy hour on the telephone after you went to bed. I got my chief to speak to the First Lord and the Secretary for War, and they're bringing Roy over a day sooner. Now, this wire clinches it. He'll be in London at 5. Odd that the code word for a sous chef d'etat major general should be porker.
He directed me to the hot dishes and went on.
Not that I think it'll do much good. If your friends were clever enough to find out the first arrangement, they're clever enough to discover the change. I would give my head to know where the leak is. We believed there were only 5 men in England who knew about Royer's visit, and you may be certain there were fewer in France, for they manage these things better there.
He's the leak. Page 1. Royer dines with my chief and then comes to my house where 4 people will see him. Whittaker from the Admiralty, myself, Sir Arthur Drew, and General Winstanley. Page 2. At my house we will get a certain document from Whittaker, and after that he will be motored to Portsmouth, where a destroyer will take him to Harvey. Or Havre, I don't know. Page 3. He would never be left unattended for a moment till he is safe on French soil. The same with Whittaker till he meets Royer. After that, Whitaker is on his own. Because fuck Whitaker.
That is the best we can do. And it's hard to see how there can be any miscarriage. But I don't mind admitting that I'm horribly nervous. This murder of Karolides will play the deuce in the chancelleries of Europe.
Anything to click on? Nope. Hannay.
Hannay?
Hannay?
Can you drive a car?
Why, yes.
Well, you'll be my chauffeur today and wear Hudson's rig. You're about his size. You have a hand in this business and we're taking no risks. There are desperate men against us who will not respect the country retreat of an overworked official.
The real question is, Hannay, can you drive a car without crashing it off the road? That's the real question. It was a soft, breathless June morning with a promise of sultriness later, but it was delicious enough swinging through the little towns with their freshly watered streets and past the summer gardens of the Thames Valley. I landed Sir Walter at his house in Queen's Anne's Gate punctually by 11:30. The first thing he did was take me round to Scotland Yard. There we saw a prim gentleman with a clean-shaven lawyer's face.
McGillivray, I've brought you the Portland Place murderer.
The reply was a wry smile.
It would have been a welcome present to Bullivant. This, I presume, is Mr. Richard Hannay, who for some days greatly interested my department.
Mr. Hannay will interest it again. He has much to tell you, but not today. For certain grave reasons, his tale must wait for 4 hours. Then, I can promise you, you will be entertained and possibly edified. I want you to assure Mr. Hannay that he will suffer no further inconvenience.
This assurance was promptly given.
You can take up your life where you left off. Your flat, which probably you no longer wish to occupy, is waiting for you. And your man is still there. As you were never publicly accused, we considered that there was no need of a public exculpation. But on that, of course, you must please yourself.
McGillivray, we may want your assistance later on.
Alright, so I was saying that right earlier.
Come and see me tomorrow, Hannay. I needn't tell you to keep deadly quiet.
Emphasis
if I were
on the
you,
word dead.
I would go to bed, for you must have considerable arrears of sleep to overtake. You'd better lie low, for if one of your Black Stone friends saw you, there might be trouble.
Of course.
It was very pleasant to be a free man and able to go where I wanted. Midday. I went to the Savoy Lounge, ordered very carefully a very good luncheon, and then smoked the best cigar the house could provide. But I was still feeling nervous. When I saw anybody looked at me in the lounge, I grew shy and wondered if they were thinking about the murder. I took a taxi and drove miles away and up into North London. I walked back through fields and lines of villas and terraces and then slums and mean streets, and it took me nearly 2 hours. I dined at a restaurant in Germain Street. I was no longer hungry and let several courses pass untasted. I drank the best part of the bottle of Burgundy, but it did nothing to cheer me. An abominable restlessness has taken possession of me. I didn't feel like going back to my flat. That had to be faced sometime. But as I still had sufficient money, I thought I would put it off till next morning and go to a hotel for the night. I had only been a month under the ban of the law, and it was quite enough for me. Yet I felt curiously at a loose end. I felt that great things, tremendous things were happening or about to happen, and I was the cogwheel of the whole business, was out of it.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Well timed. Here was I, a very ordinary fellow with no particular brains, and yet I was convinced that somehow I was needed to help this business through, that without me it would all go to blazes. I told myself it was sheer silly conceit that 4 or 5 of the cleverest people living, with all the might of the British Empire at their back, I had the job in hand. Hiya, Panda, sweet Merry Christmas. Hopefully, y'all had yourselves a great Christmas day. How you doing, Panda? Yet I couldn't be convinced. It seemed as if a voice kept speaking in my ear, telling me up and doing, or I would never sleep again. The upshot was that about 9:30, I made up my mind to go to Queen Anne's Gate. Merry Christmas, Panda! I trust that y'all had a great day and that Baby Panda made quick work of all the wrapping paper. Very likely I would not be admitted, but it would ease my conscience to try. On my way, I passed a group of young men. They were in evening dress, had been dining somewhere, and were going on to a music hall. Great day, presents open, dinner cooked, eaten, and I'm not full and sitting on my bum and about to play some games. Nice, Panda! One of them was Marmaduke Jopley.
By God, the murderer! Here, you fellows hold him! That's Hannay, the man who did the Portland Place murder!
I wasn't looking for trouble, but my ill temper made me play the fool, and the sight of Marmy's imbecile face was more than I could bear.
What's going on here?
Oh, this man is the Portland Place murderer!
Damn it all! Make the fellow shut up! I advise you to leave me alone, Constable. Scotland Yard knows all about me, and you'll get a proper wigging if you interfere.
You've got to come along with me, young man. I saw you strike that gentleman cruel hard. You began it too, for he wasn't doing nothing. I've seen you. You best go quietly, or I'll have to fix you up. Watch him! Watch him! Come back here!
Problems all around here. What will you be playing, Panda? Final Fantasy 14, Paladins. What you got lined up? I have a fair turn of speed, and that night I had wings. In a jiffy, it was in Pall Mall, and I turned down towards St. James Park. Happily, there were few people about, and no one tried to stop me. I was staking all on getting to Queen Anne's Gate. World of Warcraft? Nice! Awesome! Take advantage of all the new content and stuff.
I must see Sir Walter. My business is desperately important.
The butler was a great man. Without moving a muscle, he held the door open and then shut it behind him.
Sir Walter is engaged, sir, and I have orders to admit no one. Perhaps you will wait.
See here.
There's trouble about, and I'm in it. But Sir Walter knows, and I'm working for him. If anyone comes and asks if I'm here, tell him a lie.
Chances are it is fairly loud because it is a visual novel, and a lot of it is relying on the sound of music and whatnot, so... For me, it's a normal volume setting, but it is what it is. It's kind of tough because a lot of it is audio-driven than anything else. Besides, for the most part, yep, really put you in the game and everything. So what? Besides, I have plenty. Normally in the low parts, when the music strikes in, it might drown me out a bit, but oh well. I was seated and told to wait. He returned to the door and, with a face like a graven image, waited to be questioned.
This is the house of Sir Walter Bullivant, and I am under the strictest orders not to let anyone, no matter who, interrupt his office. My nieces came over. They got their gifts. My brother gave me a $25 gift card, from what I understand. Other things are basically stuck in the mail because some people decided to mail me things the week before Christmas, and so they won't, or my birthday, mind you, and they will not arrive until afterwards. Yeah, it's like a gift card that is like which in terms of game stuff, I'm pretty much set. So it went towards ordering just a couple of Funko Pops. So there's that. My nieces got Nintendo Switches and a couple of games like Mario Tennis, Mario Kart, and I forget what the other thing was they got, and a whole bunch of little knickknacks and things. So, you're gonna wait till Sunday to open up your in-game boxes? Nice. To see if you get any of the good stuff. Alright, I need to find... There we go. Queen Anne... There we go. Yep. Ugh. And this is more or less a preview of what's coming. Is like we're starting up a visual novel tomorrow, the game that Damon's Wolf been playing. So this is kind of like a warm up for that. All right. So show text. There we go. Greek premier assassinated. Horror descended on Whitehall last night after Greek Prime Minister Konstantin Karolidis was shot dead in London. The murder took place around 7 p.m. in a private apartment in the House Guards where the Greek premier was staying at the invitation of the Foreign Office. Although the area around St. James Park was busy at the time, Scotland Yard has released no details of the suspect, and the assassin remains at large. Karolidis was alone at the time of the shooting, and no direct witnesses to the act have been established. Police and security agents have yet to confirm whether the shooter was located in the room or fired from an adjacent building. Questions are already being raised about the security arrangements for the visit. Sir Humphrey Bullingston, the RH member for Harrow, declared that it is a disgrace to the fine name of Her Majesty's government that a serving head of state can be murdered in cold blood in such close proximity to the King's residence. Armed security at Buckingham Palace and Downing Street has been increased as a precaution. Karolidis' visit was thought to concern his recent call for a major international conference to settle the ongoing territorial claims that continue to beset the Balkans. The visit may also have included discussion about potential British assistance to secure Greek claims over various Ottoman islands in the Aegean. Although War Minister Drew has repeatedly insisted that Her Majesty's government does not intend to send the Mediterranean fleet to intervene. Motivations for the assassinations were unclear,
and Carolitas is known to have numerous enemies. Ottoman influences are a likely candidate, although relations between Carolitas and the Porte were relatively cordial compared with his predecessors. Berlin's efforts to form an alliance with Bulgaria and its long-standing relationship with the Ottomans had led to a tense relationship between Berlin and Athens. German Foreign Minister Scholte recently described Carolitas as a millstone around the neck of the Greeks. The German theory has supporters within Parliament. Sir Humphrey has been suggesting that we will most likely find the hand of the Kaiser somewhere near the trigger of the gun. Sir Walter Bullivant, permanent secretary at the Foreign Office, reacted with shock and fury to the events of last night and told this newspaper that this is an appalling act of political murder within the very heart of our government, and we will leave no stone unturned to catch those responsible. Sir Walter also extolled the influence of Carolitas as a steady rock in the volatile world of the Balkan politics. The tireless work of Constantine Carolitas in search of peaceful solutions to the Eastern question has been without compared in recent years, explained Sir Walter. We must ensure to continue the spirit of his work. Privately, however, the Foreign Office is thought to be deeply concerned that, in the absence of Carolitas, the situation in the region will deteriorate yet further. The fate of the international conference that Carolitas had called for is also unknown, although in the absence of a respected strong man, it appears unlikely that such an affair will go ahead in the immediate future. Everybody got that? And I can't zoom this in, so. An easy win from our own correspondent. New York, Saturday. England was the first to score. The ball was thrown at 4:37. Americans secured possession, but it was soon taken away by England. America drove the ball into the English territory, but after several minutes by both sides, England drove the ball down the field, and after a number of passes, Lockett scored. England was playing a very fast game, quickly scoring again. This time, though, Captain Cheap making the first goal was made in 50 seconds and the second in 80. The dashing tactics of the English players had a most dramatic effect on the crowd, and yeah, so actually that's a good representation of how detailed newspapers had to be back in the day. Adam waited long till there came another ring at the bell. The butler made no bones about admitting this new visitor. I recognized the first Sea Lord, the man, they say, that made the new British Navy. He passed my alcove and was ushered into a room at the back of the hall. As the door opened, I could hear the sound of low voices. It shut, and I was left alone again. For 20 minutes, I sat there wondering what I was to do next. Then the door of the back room opened, and the first Sea Lord came out. He walked past me, and in passing, he glanced in my direction for a second, and we looked each other in the face. I had never seen the great man before, and he had never seen me. But in that fraction of time, something sprang into his eyes, and that something was recognition. You can't mistake it. It is a flicker, a spark of light, a minute shade of difference, which means one thing and one thing only. Action sequence. Up, right, down. Circle right, circle left, down, up.
Lord Allowa's residence. How may I help you?
Is his lordship at home?
His lordship returned half an hour ago and has gone to bed. He's not very well tonight. Will you leave him a message, sir?
I knew it.
Now the moment could be lost, so I marched boldly to the door of the back room and entered without knocking. Alright. We are nearly finished, folks, but I gotta take me a bathroom break. So I shall return in fairly short order. chapters left to go through, folks. Actually, 3 chapters left. Who am I kidding? The 39 Steps. Sunday, June 14th, 1914. Queen's Anne's Gate, London.
And I feel reassured.
Sir Walter!
Gentlemen!
5 surprised faces looked up from a round table. There was Sir Walter and Drew, the War Minister, who I knew from his photographs. There was a slim, elderly man who was probably Whitaker, the Admiralty officer, and there was General Winstanley, conspicuous from the long scar on his forehead. Lastly, there was a short, stout man with an iron gray mustache and bushy eyebrows. This must have been Royer.
This is Mr. Hannay, of whom I have spoken to you. I'm afraid, Hannay, this visit is ill-timed.
That remains to be seen, sir. But I think it may be in the nick of time. For God's sake, gentlemen, tell me who went out a minute ago.
Mr. Walter's face reddened with anger.
Lord Alloa.
It was not. It was his living image, but it was not Lord Alloa. It was someone who recognized me, someone I have seen in the last month. He had scarcely left the doorstep when I rang up Lord Alloa's house and was told he had come in half an hour before and had gone to bed.
Who?
The Black Stone.
Nonsense.
Yes, the Black Stone. I sat down in the chair so recently vacated and looked around at 5 badly scared gentlemen. Or scarred. Sir Walter got up and left the room while we looked blankly at the table. He came back in 10 minutes with a long face.
I have spoken to Alloa. Had him out of bed, very grumpy. He went straight home after Malross's dinner.
But it's madness. Do you mean to tell me that that man came here and sat beside me for the best part of half an hour and that I didn't detect the imposture? Alloa must be out of his mind.
I was getting back my coolness.
Don't you see the cleverness of it? You were too interested in other things to have any eyes. You took Lord Alloa for granted. If it had been anybody else, you might have looked more closely, but it was natural for him to be here, and that put you all to sleep.
Warrior bent his wise brows on the assembly.
The young man is right. His psychology is good. Our enemies have not been foolish. I will tell you a tale. It happened many years ago in Senegal.
Tell us a tale that happened in Senegal. Warrior's close shave. Many years ago, the General Warrior was quartered in a remote station in Senegali. To pass the time, he fished for a big barbel in the river. I'll be back soon, gal. One morning, his horse was unaccountably restless. Warrior kept soothing her with his voice, his mind intent on fishing. I'll be back soon, girl. A couple of hours passed. Oh, that's dark. Hell. Warrior stood face to face with an old man-eater, the terror of the village. And that's where the story falls apart.
What happened?
I was enough of a hunter to know a true yarn when I heard it.
I stuffed my fishing rod into his jaws, and I had a pistol. Also, my servants came presently with rifles. But he left his mark on me.
He held up a hand which lacked 3 fingers.
Consider. The mare had been dead more than an hour, and the brute had been patiently watching me ever since. I never saw the kill, for I was accustomed to the mare's fretting, and I never marked her absence, for my consciousness of her was only of something tawny, and the lion filled that part. If I could blunder thus, gentlemen, in a land where men's senses are keen, why should we busy, preoccupied urban folk not err also?
Sir Walter nodded. No one was ready to gainsay him.
Well, I suppose there is nothing for it but to change the plans.
Again, Whitaker was looking very glum.
Did you tell Lord Alloa what has happened? No? Well, I can't speak with absolute assurance, but I'm nearly certain we can't make any serious change, unless we alter the geography of England.
He paused and looked around.
God, and we have not a rag of a clue.
Besides, there is the post. By this time, the news will be on its way.
No. You do not understand the habits of the spy. He receives personally his reward, and he delivers personally his intelligence. We in France know something of the breed. Now, there is still a chance, mes amis. These men must cross the sea, and there are ships to be searched and ports to be watched. Believe me, the need is desperate for both France and Britain.
I had sudden inspiration. Where's my mouse cursor?
Where is Scudder's book? Quick, man! I remember something in it.
What is it?
Action!
Ha! 39 steps. 39 steps. I counted them. High tide, 10:17 p.m. What relevance is all?
The Admiralty man was looking at me as if he thought I had gone mad.
Don't you see? It's a clue. Scudder knew where these fellows laired. He knew where they were going to leave the country, though he kept the name to himself. Tomorrow was the day, and it was some place where high tide was at 10:17.
But they may have gone tonight.
Not they. They have their own snug, secret way, and they won't be hurried. I know Germans, and they are mad about working to a plan. Where the devil can I get a book of tide tables?
Over there. Whitaker brightened up.
It's a chance. Let's go over to the Admiralty.
Across the street. Not even kidding on that. We got into the 2 of the waiting motor cars. Sir Walter went off to Scotland Yard to mobilize McGillivray. To the Admiralty! It's right there, right in the middle. See? Right there. Right there. A registered clerk was unearthed, who presently fetched from the library the Admiralty timetables. Tide tables, excuse me. He fetched it, but I gotta click on it. What the hell? I sat at the desk and the others stood around, for somehow or other I had got charge of this expedition, but it was no good. So far as I could see, 1017 might cover 50 places. We had to find some way of narrowing the possibilities. There must be some way of reading this riddle. The steps. What did Scudder mean by steps? If it were dock steps, we mentioned the number. Why mention the number? It must be someplace with several staircases and one marked out from the others by having 39 steps. Why was the high tide so important? It must be some little harbor or no harbor at all. There were no sets of staircases on any harbor that I've ever seen. The place must be a bit of open coast. He's a man in a hurry. He wants a speedy and secret passage. They wouldn't travel by a big boat from a regular harbor. There's no regular steamer sailing at that hour. I must put myself in the enemy's shoes. I wouldn't leave from the Channel or the West Coast. Scotland is too far. I should try for Ostend or Antwerp or Rotterdam. I should sail from somewhere on the East Coast between Cromer and Dover. Non-elementary. This is all guesswork. I am no kind of Sherlock Holmes, but I do have a feeling about all this. Time is running out. 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 Clearly, time is running out. Ah, crud. I hit the wrong thing because I wanted to clip that and... Yeah, it's the second time I did that.
39.
So we gotta get back to where we were. Ah, my mistake. Just to make sure it recognizes that we actually looked at all of this. We just read it, but yeah. Yeah. I set out all my conclusions on a bit of Admiralty paper. Fairly certain places where there are several sets of stairs, one that matters distinguished by having 39 steps. Full time at 10:17 p.m. leaving shore only possible at a full tide. Steps, not dock steps, and so place probably not harbor. No regular night steamer at 10:17 means of transport must be a tramp on likely yacht or fishing boat. Or a U-boat. Yes, place not harbor but open coast. Boat small, trawler, yacht, or launch. Place somewhere on east coast between Cromer and Dover. Sir Walter had joined us, and presently McGillivray arrived. He had sent out instructions to watch the ports and railway stations for the three men who had described to Sir Walter. Not that he or anybody else thought that would do much good.
Here's the most I can make of it. We have got to find a place where there are several staircases down to the beach, one of which has 39 steps. I think it's a piece of open coast with biggish cliffs somewhere between the Wash and the Channel. Also, it's a place where full tide is at 10:17 tomorrow night.
Then an idea struck me.
Is there no inspector of Coast Guards or some fellow like that knows the East Coast?
Why, yes, there is. He lives in Clapham. Let me get him now.
Yes, get him. Get him now. Now! He went off in a car to fetch him. I lit a pipe and went over the whole thing again till my brain grew weary. About 1 in the morning, the Coast Guard man arrived. He was a fine old fellow with the look of a naval officer and was desperately respectful to the company.
This is the chap.
Good evening, gentlemen.
We want you to tell us the places you know on the East Coast where there are cliffs and where several sets of steps run down to the beach.
What kind of steps do you mean, sir? There are plenty of places with roads cut down through the cliffs, and most roads have a step or two in them. Or do you mean regular staircases, all steps, so to speak?
Whitaker looked towards me.
We mean regular staircases.
He reflected a minute or two.
I don't know that I can think of any. Wait a second. There's a place in Norfolk, Brattlesham, beside a golf course, where there are a couple of staircases to let the gentleman get a lost ball.
That's not it.
Then there are plenty of marine parades, if that's what you mean. Every seaside resort has them.
I shook my head.
It's got to be more retired than that.
Well, gentlemen, I can't think of anywhere else. Of course, there's the Rough.
What's that?
The big chalk headland in Kent, close to Bradgate. It's got a lot of villas on the top, and some of the houses have staircases down to a private beach. It's a very high-toned sort of place, and the residents there like to keep by themselves.
Aha!
It's there.
We're on the scent at last. How can I find out what is the tide at the Rough?
I can tell you that, sir. I once was let a house there in this very month, and I used to go out at night to the deep sea fishing. The tide's 10 minutes before Bradgate.
I closed the book and looked around at the company.
If one of those staircases has 39 steps, we have solved the mystery, gentlemen. I want the loan of your car, Sir Walter, and a map of the roads.
Of course.
If Mr. McGillivray will spare me 10 minutes, yes, I think we can prepare something for tomorrow.
Good. I, for one, am content to leave the matter in Mr. Rene's hands.
Really? It was ridiculous of me to take charge of the business like this, but they didn't seem to mind, and after all, I have been in the show from the start. Besides, I was used to rough jobs, and these eminent gentlemen were too clever not to see it. All right. By half past 3 that morning, I was tearing past the moonlit hedgerows of Kent with McGillivray's best man Skype on the seat beside me. Hanny is confident that he has the right place, but doubts begin to surface when he sees the target. Masters of the Skies. Monday, June 15th, 1914, Bradgate, Kent. Lois Lane. The Griffin Hotel. We have arrived. A pink and blue June morning found me at Bradgate looking from the Griffin Hotel over a smooth sea. The lightship on the Cock Sand seemed the size of a small buoy, of a bell buoy. A couple of miles further south and much nearer the shore, a small destroyer was anchored. Skev had been in the Navy and knew the boat. He told me her name and her commander, so I sent off a wire to Sir Walter. The lightship on the Cock Sand seemed the size of a bell buoy. After breakfast, Scaife got from a house agent a key for the gates of the staircases on the roof. I walked with him along the sands and sat down in a nook of the cliffs while he investigated the half-dozen of them. I didn't want to be seen, but this place at this hour was quite deserted, and all the time I was on the beach I saw nothing but seagulls. It took him more than an hour to do the job. Everything depended on my guess proving right. He read aloud the number of steps in the different stairs.
34, 35, 42, 47, and 21, where the cliffs get lower. Oh! And 39.
Scaife, we have them.
Indeed. We hurried back to the town and sent a wire to McGilvray. I wanted a half a dozen men, and I directed them to divide themselves among different specified hotels. Then Scaife set out to prospect the house at the head of the 39 steps. He came back with news that both puzzled and reassured me. The house. The house was called Trafalgar Lodge and belonged to an old gentleman called Appleton, a retired stockbroker, the house agent said. Only 3 servants were kept, a cook, a parlor maid, and a housemaid. The cook was not the gossiping kind and had pretty soon shut the door in his face, but Scaife said he was positive she knew nothing. The occupants? They were just the sort that you would find in a respectable middle-class house. Mr. Appleton was there a good deal in the summertime and was in residence now, had been for the better part of a week. Scaife could pick up very little information about him except that he was a decent old fellow who paid his bills regularly and was always good for a $5 for a local charity. Next door there was a new building which would give good cover for observation, and the villa on the other side was left aside. Next door there was a new house building which would give good cover for observation, and the villa on the other side was to let, and its garden was rough and shrubbery. I borrowed Scaife's telescope, and before lunch we went for a walk along the rough. I kept well behind the rows of villas and found a good observation point on the edge of the golf course. "39 steps. I observed someone leave the house and saunter along the cliff. I saw it was an old man wearing white flannel trousers, a blue serge jacket, and a straw hat. He carried field glasses and a newspaper. He sat down on one of the iron seats and began to read. Sometimes he would lay down the paper and turn his glasses on the sea. He looked for a long time at the destroyer. I watched the elderly man for half an hour till he got up and went back to the house for his luncheon, when I returned to the hotel for mine. The decent commonplace dwelling was not what I had expected. The man might be the bald archaeologist of that horrible moorland farm, or he might not. He was exactly the kind of satisfied old bird you would find in every suburb and every holiday place. If you wanted a type of the perfectly harmless person, you would probably pitch on that. After lunch, I perked up, for I saw the thing I had hoped for and had dreaded to miss. Her name was the Aridide. Scaife says she was a fast boat for her build and that she was pretty heavily engineered. Scaife and I went down to the harbor and hired a boatman for an afternoon's fishing. At about 4 o'clock, I made the boatman row us around the yacht, which lay like a delicate white bird ready at a moment to flee. One of the men was polishing the brasswork. I spoke to him and got an answer in the soft dialect of Essex. Another hand that came along past me the time of day in an unmistakable English tongue. Our boatman had an argument with one of them about the weather, and for a few minutes we lay on our oars close to the starboard bow. Then the men suddenly disregarded us and bent their heads to the work as an officer came on along the deck. He was a pleasant, clean-looking young fellow, and he put a question to us about our fishing in very good English. But there could be no doubt about him. His close-cropped head and the cut of his collar and tie never came out of England. I know Germans. In the hotel, I met the commander of the destroyer to whom Scaife introduced me and with whom I had a few words. Then I thought I would put in an hour or two watching Trafalgar Lodge. They played with tennis. They played with tremendous zest, like two city gents who wanted hard exercise to open their pores. They shouted and laughed and stopped for drinks when a maid brought out 2 tankards on a salver. You couldn't conceived a more innocent spectacle. I rubbed my eyes and asked myself if I was not the most immortal fool on earth. Mystery and darkness had hung about the men who hunted me over the Scotch moor in an aeroplane and a motor car, and notably about that infernal antiquarian. It was easy enough to connect these folks with the knife that pinned Scudder to the floor and with fell designs on the world's peace. But here were 2 guileless citizens taking their innocuous exercise and soon about to go indoors for a humdrum dinner, where they would talk of market prices and the last cricket scores. Suspicions. The thing that worried me was the reflection that my enemies knew that I had got my information from Scudder, and it was Scudder who had given me the clue to this place. If they knew that Scudder had this clue, would they not be certain to change their plans? I had talked confidently last night about Germans always sticking to a scheme, but if they had any suspicions that I was on their track, they would be fools not to cover it. I had been making a net to catch vultures and falcons, and lo and behold, 2 plump thrushes had blundered into it. Presently, a third figure arrived, a young man on a bicycle. He was welcomed riotously by the players.
You all right there, Percy?
Yes, you're looking a little hot under the collar.
I've got into a proper lather. This'll bring down my weight and my handicap, Bob. I'll take you on tomorrow and give you a stroke a hole.
They all went into the house and left me feeling a precious idiot. I would rather have walked into a den of anarchists, each with his Browning handy, or face a charging lion with a pop gun, than enter that happy home of 3 cheerful Englishmen and tell them that their game was up. But then I remembered old Peter Pienaar. He was the best scout I ever knew, and before he had turned respectable, he had been pretty often on the windy side of the law. Peter once discussed with me the question of disguises, and he had a theory which struck me at the time. He said bearing absolute certainties like fingerprints, mere physical traits were very little used for identification if the fugitive really knew his business. The only thing that mattered was what Peter called atmosphere. Those chaps didn't need to act, they just turned a handle and passed into another life, which came as naturally to them as the first. Peter used to say that it was the big secret of all the famous criminals. This recollection gave me the first real comfort I had that day. Peter had been a wise old bird, and these fellows I was after were about the pick of the aviary. It was now getting on for 8 o'clock, and I went back and saw Scaife to give him his instructions. I arranged with him how to place his men, and then I went for a walk, for I didn't feel up to any dinner. It took all my resolution to stroll towards Trafalgar Lodge. On the way, I got a piece of solid comfort from the sight of a greyhound that was swinging along at a nursemaid's heels. He reminded me of a dog I used to have in Rhodesia. High tides. All right, folks. Final chapter. High tides. Could Hanny have gotten it all wrong? The final stand will reveal all. High tides. Monday, June 15th, 1914, Bradgate, Kent. I arrived once again at Trafalgar Lodge. Scaife's men would be posted by now, but there was no sign of a soul. Action sequence, cutting edge.
Is, Mr. Appleton at home?
Yes, sir. Please, come in.
My plan had been to walk straight into the dining room and by sudden appearance waken the men that start of recognition would confirm my theory. But when I found myself in that neat hall, the place mastered me.
Who may I say is calling?
Richard Hannay.
If you could wait in the smoking room, I'll let Mr. Appleton know you're here.
Realizing my mistake, I put myself together and ran after the maid. But I was too late.
Mr. Hannay? Did you wish to see me?
I think we have met before, and I guess you know my business.
The light in the room was dim, but so far as I could see their faces, they played the part of mystification very well.
Maybe. I haven't a very good memory, but I'm afraid you must tell me your errand, sir, for I really don't know it.
Well then, I have come to tell you that the game's up.
All the time I seem to myself to be talking pure foolishness.
I have a warrant for the arrest of you three gentlemen.
Arrest? Arrest? Good God, what for?
He looked really shocked.
For the murder of Franklin Scudder in London on the 23rd day of last month.
I never heard the name before.
That was the Portland Place murder. I read about it. Good heavens. You must be mad, sir. Where do you come from?
Scotland Yard.
Though I had an ounce of confidence in me, I forced myself to play the game.
Don't get flustered, Uncle. It's all a ridiculous mistake. But these things happen sometimes, and we can easily set it right. It won't be hard to prove our innocence. I can show you that I was out the country on the 23rd of May, and Bob was in a nursing home. You were in London, but you can explain what you were doing.
Right, Percy. Of course, that's easy enough. The 23rd. That was the day after Agatha's wedding. Let me see, what was I doing? Came up in the morning from Woking and lunched at the club with Charlie Simons. Then Oh, yes, I dined with the fishmongers. I remember, for the punch didn't agree with me and I was seedy next morning. Hang it all, there's the cigar box I brought back from the dinner.
After that, for a minute, there was utter silence. Joe Man was staring at his plate and fumbling with a nut, the very model of innocent bewilderment.
I think, sir, you will see you are mistaken. We want to assist the law like all Englishmen, and we don't want Scotland Yard to be making fools of themselves. That so, Uncle?
Certainly, Bob.
The old fellow seemed to be recovering his voice.
Certainly. We'll do anything in our power to assist the authorities, but this is a bit too much. I can't get over it.
How Nellie will chuckle. She always said you would die of boredom because nothing ever happened to you. Now you've got it thick and strong.
It couldn't be acting. It was too confoundingly genuine.
By Joe, yes, just think of it. What a story to tell at the club. Really, Mr. Hannay, I suppose I should be angry to show my innocence, but it's too funny. I almost forgive you the fright you gave me. You looked so glum. I thought I might have been walking in my sleep and killing people.
To cover my confusion, I got up and walked to the door and switched on the electric light. The sudden glare made him blink, and I stood scanning the three faces. I made nothing of it. One was old and bald, one was stout, one was dark and thin. They seemed exactly what they professed to be, and I could not have sworn to one of them. I could see nothing to connect them with the Moreland desperados.
Well, are you reassured by your scrutiny, sir?
I couldn't find a word.
I hope you find it consistent with your duty to drop this ridiculous business. I make no complaint, but you see how annoying it must be to respectable people.
I shook my head.
Oh, Lord. This is a bit too thick.
Do you propose to march us off to the police station? That might be the best way out of it, but I suppose you won't be content with the local branch. I have the right to ask to see your warrant, but I don't wish to cast any aspersions upon you. You're only doing your duty. But you'll admit, it's horribly awkward. What do you propose to do?
For a moment, I was very near damning myself for a fool and asking their pardon.
Meantime, I vote we have a game of bridge. It'll give Mr. Hannay time to think over things. And you know we've been wanting a fourth player. Do you play, sir?
I accepted it as if it had been an ordinary invitation at the club.
Yes. Yes, I play.
I felt mesmerized by the whole place, but the air of obvious innocence, not innocence merely, but the frank, honest bewilderment and concern in the three faces. We went into the smoking room where a card table was set out, and I was offered things to smoke and drink. The three were talking easily, just the kind of slangy talk you would hear in any golf clubhouse. I must have cut a rum figure, sitting there knitting my brows with my eyes wandering. My partner was a young dark one. I played a fair hand of bridge, but I must have been ranked bad that night. They saw that they had got me puzzled, and that put them more than ever at their ease. Phrasing. I kept looking at their faces, but they conveyed nothing to me. It was not that they looked different; they were different. I clung desperately to the words of Peter Penia. Then it happened. It was the movement I remember when I stood before him in the moorland farm with the pistols of his servants behind me. Some shadow lifted from my brain, and I was looking at the three men with full and absolute recognition. Bob. The dark-lean man, he was the murderer. Now, I saw the cruelty and ruthlessness where before I had only seen good humor. His knife had skewered Scudder to the floor, and his kind had put the bullets in Carolitis. Percy. The plump man's features seemed to slim and form again as I looked at them. He hadn't a face, only 100 masks that he could assume when he pleased. That chap must have been a superb actor. Perhaps he had been Lord Alloa of the night before, perhaps not. It didn't matter. I wondered if he was the fellow that first tracked Scudder and left his card on him. Scudder had said he lisped, and I could imagine how the adaptation of a lisp might add terror. Appleton. He was the pick of the lot. He was sheer brain, icy cool, calculating, as ruthless as a steam hammer. Now that my eyes were open, I wonder where I had seen the benevolence. His jaw was like chilled steel, and his eyes had the inhuman luminosity of a bird's. I went on playing, and every second a greater hate welled up in my heart.
Bob, look at the time. You better think about catching your train. Bob's got to go to town tonight.
The voice rang now as false as hell. I looked at the clock, and it was nearly 10:30.
I'm afraid he must put off his journey.
Oh, damn. I thought you had dropped that rot. I simply got to go. You can have my address, and I'll give you any security you like.
No, you must stay.
I'll go bail for my nephew. That ought to content you, Mr. Hannay.
As I glanced at him, his eyelids fell in the hawk-like hood which fear had stamped on my memory. A pair of strong arms gripped me around the waist, covering the pockets in which a man might be expecting to carry a pistol.
Get your hands off me! Schnell, Franz! Das Boot! Das Boot!
Das Boot! I grappled the old chap, and the room seemed to fill with figures. I saw the plump one collared, but my eyes were all for the out of doors, where Franz sped on over the road towards the railed entrance to the beach stairs. One man followed him, but he had no chance. I stood staring with my hands on the old boy's throat for such a time as a man might take to descend those steps to see. Suddenly my prisoner broke free and flung himself on the wall. The stairway had been completely destroyed.
He is safe. You cannot follow in time. He's gone. He has triumphed. Der schwarze Stein ist in der Siegeskrone.
There were more in those eyes than any common triumph. They had been hooded like a bird of prey, and now they flamed with a hawk's pride. The man was more than a spy. In his foul way, he had been a patriot. As the handcuffs clinked on his wrist, I said my last words to him.
I hope Franz will bear his triumph well. I ought to tell you that the Ariadne for the last hour has been in our hands.
The end. Yeah. we're not counting this for this year's tour. Although we could have, but I already made the video and such, and I'm really not sure where I could throw down the a clip from this onto that. Still, it's a very nice adaptation of the 39 Steps. If you've never seen the movie, there's been multiple versions of it. This was a more recent one I thought was pretty good. Switch version of Overwatch or
39 Steps. I counted them.
Wednesday, July 4th, 1914.
Three weeks later, as all the world knows, we went to war. I joined the new army the first week and, owing to my Matabele experience, got a captain's commission straight off. But I had done my best service, I think, before I put on khaki.
The final word. Congratulations, you have completed the 39 steps. We hope you enjoy playing this story as much as we did making it. Hopefully see you for our next digital adaptation, which they never made. awards. So it's like basically character profiles and things. Different things and so forth, all principal characters and such. Awards. Huh, I don't have all the achievements. I wonder what this was for. So playtime 4 hours, events. So again, a fun game, and I know I have all the achievements of it. Let me just, bring this up here. Yeah, there are 20 achievements, and I have them all, so it kind of makes me wonder, what could I have possibly missed that late in the game? And I doubt I missed anything. When I played this back in 2013. That was the first time, and I spread this out over a month. I did it like one chapter a day over the course of a month. This is like September 5th, 2013 was the first day that I played it, and I originally finished it on September 27th, 2013. So it's been 7 years since I played it. So there you go. All in all, this was a great experience. It's about like a very easy, chill thing just to sit back and enjoy the story. And that game does not have any volume settings, so as Panda's pointing out, yes, it's good. Now the question is, should we count it on the tour unofficially? Nah, we won't count it, but I will look for the logo. Let's see if I can actually find a game logo. Ah, I can. Because I do, like, in terms of anything that I streamed, I am definitely looking for, like, logos and stuff. I'm not sure as to why, but it's kind of like the thing. The other thing that definitely shows my way of pronouncing things is way off. Like, one would assume that because I talk for a living, as I need to make this a little bit bigger. And short and make it a little bit thinner. All right. Well, and I'm just making it here as we're just killing time here. Object. Outline object. And we will save this little thing here. See, I don't have a display captured up. I wonder, can I make this a little darker? I can. There we go. Alright, so that's made. So tomorrow night, and I gotta find a logo for this as well, we're going to be starting up a visual novel, an actual visual novel. called Zero Escape to Nonary Games. It's basically anime Saw. So it's like a bunch of people get put into place, and there's puzzles and things, and a shit ton of storytelling, and me reading a whole lot of dialogue. So I saw Damon's Wolf playing it and it looked cool, and it's like, you know what? I want to play that too. Now, something that nearly got played tonight actually was 80 Days, which is actually based on Around the World in 80 Days, which has multiple paths and stuff through that. I streamed that a number of times, and there are definitely multiple paths and things through that. I mean, there's 35 achievements on that, and I'm trying to think, when's the last time I played that? Would have been in 2017, and on top of everything else, we got my stream anniversary coming up. The first time I ever streamed was January 5th, and that's on a Tuesday, so we're going to figure out what the heck I'm doing then. So what we got coming up is we got New Year's Eve. We're doing Twitch Things on New Year's Eve. It was like the last day of the Twitch Things will be a thing. I'm doing it on New Year's Eve. We will be doing the party mode. It's like anybody that's part of my Discord that has Twitch Things is like, you guys get top priority on that. So it's like all taking turns singing badly, having fun, and so forth on New Year's Eve. To send out, get the last day of the year to Twitch Things. Of course, Sunday night, we got Overwatch, which Panda will open up her loot boxes. Maybe if I'm drinking. I got alcohol. What you talking about? So we got Overwatch, PC Overwatch, even though I now have Overwatch on 3 different systems. I can play Overwatch on Xbox One, I can play Overwatch on the Nintendo Switch, and I can play Overwatch on PC. And there is subtle differences between the 3 of them. There is subtle differences between the 3 different versions of it. Monday night we're going to be doing some ESPN baseball. And then Tuesday night is the next Manhunt thing for the Division 2. So we'll try and do that with Thumbs, Iceman, and maybe Dante, if Dante is available. We don't know. Wednesday, I don't have a freaking clue what I'm doing Wednesday. And no, Wednesday next Friday, because we're doing Twitch Things on Thursdays, which means Star Trek Online will be moving to Friday next week. So I'm not totally sure what I'm doing Wednesday. But things will be figured out. So, yeah, between now and then. Now, we need to find someone to raid. We need to raid somebody. Who is doing things? Who is doing things? We need to find a raid person. We need a person to raid. Whoops. You know, funny enough, one of the people that came along with Super Happy Puppies raid with me on my birthday is streaming right now. Nakila 2014 is streaming. They are doing Twitch things. So that's who we're going to raid. So we get the raid message thrown down. Ladies, everybody that came in, lurked, and so forth, thank you very much for a great night. Hope all of you enjoy the rest of your Christmas. Tighten your friendship bracelet. Stay safe. Have a good night in the place, and tomorrow we'll see you tomorrow or later today for the Nonary Games. Till then,